All right. Hello, and welcome back to Real Seekers. I'm your host, Dale, the Real Seeker. And today we are continuing on with the Shroud Wars. So, yesterday we put the gloves down, we put the Shroud Wars on hold, and both Skeptic and Pro Shroud, we came together to honor and celebrate the legacy of Barry Schwartz as a great man, and not just in the Shroud world, but with everyone he met, and that sort of thing. So today, we're kind of getting back into it and putting the gloves back on, and with Hugh Farey and Jack Markwardt duking it out on the Shroud's history there. One thing, though, just before we get into that, actually, I do want to. Hugh Farey was kind of mentioning something about Barry. He has a website of his professional work as a photographer, totally apart from the Shroud. And I think I'm going to include this in the blog, but just to show you guys, it's schwartz.com. And you can see this is just his photographic work, Barry Schwartz Productions. You can see he's got image galleries of, stuff that he's taken pictures for food advertisements, various products, illustrations. So yeah, if you're interested, go to schwartz.com and check out some of Barry's non-Shroud work there. But with that said, let's get straight into today's topics. And Jack, I'll start with you because you said before we get into the topic proper, you have some preliminary remarks. So basically for the audience, we're covering the Shroud's history from 501 AD to 900 AD. But before we get to that, Jack, go ahead and give your preliminary remarks there.
Thank you, Dale. Yeah, I don't know whether people who haven't watched the first show or really don't know how we got into this would understand unless I made mention of this. And that is, I think that Hugh and I committed to doing this sometime in May or June of this year. And at that time, it was presented, and your concept, Dale, was that there would be three views that would be expressed on these programs going through. Hugh would represent the medievalist view. I would represent the authenticist view, but through the standpoint of my hypothesis. And there was a third person who had committed to come on to represent and present the view of Ian Wilson on his Image of Edessa hypothesis. Now, if it hadn't been structured that way, quite frankly, I would not have agreed to do this because my feeling was that every position should be presented and defended independently by somebody who doesn't have some other horse in the race. And unfortunately, with the other person canceling out, and then canceling out again on the second program, we were kind of left with the alternative of just abandoning this, or it's fallen to me. I haven't volunteered to do it, but it's fallen to me to present the other hypothesis, that is the Image of Edessa hypothesis and Ian Wilson's hypothesis, with, of course, whatever contribution he was going to make on that. But I'm going to try to do that in the best and fairest way that I can. I actually went back in the 4 weeks since the last program and I reread Ian Wilson's 3 books on this topic, 1978, 1998, 2010. Went through his chronologies just to try to make sure that I would not miss anything. But I just want everyone to know that if they're a supporter of that hypothesis, and I've left everything else out, it's not by design, and I hope that through comments or whatever, they'll, be able to supplement anything I say today. And I also, because I am presenting this hypothesis, want to acknowledge that he did a absolutely wonderful job in 1978 when he first presented this hypothesis, and that syndenology, and especially authenticist syndenology, owes him a great debt. And myself, I would not have been able to write what I have on the history of the Shroud had he not written what he wrote. And so I want that, even if today we get into some more critique of that, I don't want that to be misunderstood of any disrespect of his presentation. I think these words should be coming from someone else who doesn't have a horse in the race, but I think that's true. Also, I want to say that there's no reason why his hypothesis and my hypothesis should not be presented or be presented together. I think they can be better understood when they're paralleled like that. And but it's very important for people to understand. I know that the three of us engaged today do understand this, but a lot of people don't, and that these are just hypotheses. These are, by definition, they are suppositions that are being made on facts that are being presented. And therefore, whether they have value or how much value they have is based upon how somebody views the evidence on which they're based. And that becomes difficult because the evidence should be viewed objectively, but it's not always presented or perceived objectively. I'm going to see it through the eyes of an authenticist. Hugh is going to see it through the eyes of a medievalist. Even among medievalists, there are going to be differences of opinion, and among authenticists, there are going to be a difference of opinion. So I just want the context of this to be understood in terms of what I'm doing anyway. I'm presenting facts, information, and putting a hypothesis to them, or explaining how Ian Wilson put a hypothesis to the facts that he cited. And I think that, therefore, anyone viewing this should understand how we got here and what we're doing today, and at least what my objectives are. So, if I may, well, let me just stop and see if Hugh has anything preliminarily to say, because I'm prepared at any time to start going into the presentation.
Is that I'm was very taken by Jack's idea, which I don't think I'd heard before, that the story of the Image of Edessa and the conversion of Abgar V was actually referring to the conversion of Abgar VII. I was very taken with that, and I thought that was a very powerful argument. So I think in many ways, Jack and I are going to agree about the Image of Edessa.
Awesome. So, all right. So let's get straight into this then, and I think we can start with Jack because I know he has slides. Now, just so I know, Jack, how have you broken this up? Like, have you done it like we did last time, like looking at all the evidence for the Image of Edessa?
Yeah, let me explain what I've done here. I have a few things I want to go back on from the first program, just kind of a cleanup in aisle 3 sort of thing. Then I'm going to move to the 6th century, which is where we're at with 501, and I'm going to do that exclusively for the Image of Edessa. I'll take the Image of Edessa and that hypothesis from 501 to approximately 600. I will then go to the Image of God Incarnate hypothesis from 501 to 600. And then when I get into the 7th century, I'll do the same thing. I'll do a presentation on the Image of Edessa and then on the Image of God Incarnate.
Gotcha. So it's kind of
when I move on to the 8th century, it's primarily going to be a presentation of the Image of Edessa hypothesis, because quite frankly, Ian Wilson doesn't cite many facts at all from the 8th century. And then I'll move on to the 9th century, which is going to be maybe just a quick citation of some things that were happening historically, again, because none of the evidence from that century is critically important. For the most part, there is no evidence that I know of from that century. So, that's the way that I'm going to move through this, because otherwise, number one, I think it would get boring and then people would forget as we were going through it. So if I use a century by century approach on each hypothesis, I think that'll work best.
Fair enough. Okay, cool. So I know you're going to have me sharing your screen. So awesome. So Hugh, I'm going to rely on you. We learned last time it was awkward with me muting and unmuting you, but because of the echo, when you're not speaking, just mute your mic and then unmute yourself. Okay, cool. So Jack, go over to you. Let me know when you want me to put up the slides.
Right. And as we did last time, if Hugh wants to interject at any point, if he can just raise his hand or make an indication, I'll finish what I'm saying and let you turn it over to him.
I can unmute myself and just join in.
Okay.
All right. So do you want me to bring up the slides now, or?
Yes.
Yep.
You
Okay.
can bring up the first slide.
All right. Oh, come on. All right. Jeez. My mouse is always dragging and slow. Okay. Let's try that again. Sorry, guys. Come on. Share. Add to stage. Go up to the top. First slide. And all right, there you go, Jack. Go ahead.
All right, so these are just a few loose ends from the last presentation. And the first thing that I wanted to go back to briefly was we discussed the Hymn of the Pearl. And in this poem from about the year 2020, there is a prince who he's basically a Jesus figure. He comes to earth, he defeats a serpent, and then on his way back to his home, he's shown a robe. And in the text, it had earlier been referred to as the garment of light. And I made a mention here of Revelations, just a glancing reference to Revelations, making, again, a reference to the King of Kings. And I just want to look at that a little bit closer. And so if you could go to the next slide. So this is the, in the Hymn of the Pearl itself, it says that the prince facing this cloth sees his whole self, and every seam of it was fastened with the image of the King of Kings. And this is what I mentioned last time. So if you go to the next slide. Now this is Revelation. This is there's a couple verses in Revelation that refers to Jesus as King of Kings, but this particular one, which I did not mention, is that there is a rider on a horse, a white horse. And that rider is dressed in a robe that's dipped in blood. And the name of the rider is the Word of God. And of course, we know that the Word of God in Christian writings is Jesus. In the beginning was the Word. And then it mentions that the armies of heaven are following him. They're riding on white horses, and they're dressed in fine linen, white and clean. And it's on his robe that he has the name written, King of Kings and Lord of Lords. Next slide. Now, if you go to Matthew, he specifically says that Joseph of Arimathea took the body and wrapped it in a clean linen cloth. So his description of the shroud, or a shroud that was used at that time, is of a clean linen cloth. Next slide. And so we can compare the two texts. In Revelation, we have a rider who is the Word of God, which is Jesus. We have the rider's robe, which is a reference to the shroud, I believe, and that's been dipped in blood, just as the shroud has blood on it. The other riders are dressed in linen that's described as white and clean. This is descriptive of the shroud, and clean specifically of the Matthew verse. and the rider is the King of Kings. Over on the Hymn of the Pearl, you have the Prince, who is Jesus. He's been sent to earth. He's shown his robe, which I believe is a reference to the shroud. The shroud is a mirror of his whole self. That's the shroud body image. And the robe's image is that of the King of Kings. So there's a parallel in these two texts that I didn't really hit on in detail last time, but I think it's sufficiently important. In fact, it may be, I've never really considered it before, but it may be that Revelation itself is a reference to the shroud. It was, reportedly written by John, who reportedly or presumably is the Apostle John, who would have been one of the two people who discovered the shroud. And so if this is either him or one of his disciples who's writing this, this may be one of the earlier references to the shroud that's written pursuant to the discipline of the seeker. Next slide, please. Mm-hmm. So this was done at Dale's request. He asked me to do for Ian Wilson's hypothesis what I did for my own last time. And so I won't go over this, but this is a listing of the various texts and inscriptions and art, which I think that are representative and references to the shroud during the early period when the discipline of the secret was in effect. Next slide.
Okay.
And this is what Dale, I think, asked me to do, and that is, could I do the same thing with the Wilson theory so that could be understood? And the first thing is that the entire first part of the theory is based on the literal Abgar legend. In other words, what was written by Evagrius, by the anonymous author of the Doctrine of Addai. This is what his history is based on. It all refers to the period of around 33, shortly after Jesus' ascension. And when you finally get to the Narratio, which is the Byzantine version from 945, they extend the history to about 57 because they talk about Abgar the Fifth's grandson or second son becoming pagan and persecuting the Christians. The main thing about it and the main difference is, which I tried to emphasize last time, that this part of the theory is not based on any historical texts. It's not based on any inscriptions. It's not based on any art. And so quite simply, it's not based on history. It's based on legend. Next slide. And when you do this, when he does this, I have no idea how much research he really did on the early centuries, because it certainly would not have been accommodating to his theory. But you have all these other references that I have cited that really cannot be explained by the shroud then, because the shroud is, under his hypothesis, it's in a wall and it's hidden and it's lost. And so it can't be a clear portrayal of Jesus crucified in Galatians, and it can't be any of these other things that I went over last time. It's simply in the wall, and that's where it stays. Next slide, please. And he also does this. This is one of the things that I learned, and I did learn quite a bit going back looking at his 3 books, that his theory throughout was that Jesus was portrayed until the Pantocrator images came along, Jesus was portrayed as a beardless person. And of course, that's not true. I showed the bearded images of Jesus from the late 4th and early 5th centuries, which we see here. And there are some other artistic depictions, which some people think were depictions of Jesus. But it is a bit misleading in that regard. And I think it's another defect that hypothesis has, and it doesn't account not only for any of those texts, but also not for the art. Next, please. And I thought that when I found this, these are the comments that Wilson made about what Hugh brought up, the conversion of Abgar the Great, which I think Hugh called the seventh, but I think it was Abgar the eighth, but we call him the Great. And this is in Wilson's second book. So by this time, it's been put forward that there is a conversion of the later Abgar, which is not a subject of his first book at all. And just take a look at what he says about this. He says, but does this mean, this being all the evidence that we went through last time about the conversion of Abgar the Great, does this mean to say that Abgar the eighth and not the fifth was the true Edessan monarch behind Edessa's conversion? And his answer is not necessarily. Now, I don't know how most people interpret not necessarily, but the way that I interpret it, and I practiced law for a lot of years, so words were very important in terms of what I did. Not necessarily says, to me, not 100%, but darn close, so close that it's eerie. And so, yeah, does that proof absolutely prove that the conversion of a Edessan monarch did not take place in the first century? No, but it's hardly a great defense to say not necessarily. Next slide, please. He asked the next question: does this mean that the whole story of Edessa's evangelization hailed from Abgar the eighth writing to Pope Eleutherius rather than Abgar the fifth writing to Jesus? Again, not necessarily. Okay. Next slide, please. And then he says, this is what it means to him. All it does mean is that while the evidence of Christianity in Edessa in the reign of Abgar the eighth may be considered nearly good enough for history, whatever this kind that may have happened in the reign of Abgar the fifth must remain legend. Now, the only thing I'll say there, it is good enough for history because the man that he recognizes as the preeminent scholar of Edessa, J.B. Siegel, says that it's history, that Christianity did come to Edessa under the reign of Abgar the eighth. There might be a question about whether Abgar himself officially and formally converted, but there's no doubt that Christianity came to Edessa during the reign of Abgar the eighth, and that there is no evidence of that regarding Abgar the fifth. Again, this is from his book of 1998. Next slide, please. So this is a scene from Liberty Valance, which is a motion picture that was made in about 1961. And this is Jimmy Stewart. And he has sat down and he's told the editor of a newspaper about what actually happened. And after he tells the story, the editor tears up the notes that his reporter was taking. And Jimmy Stewart says, aren't you going to use the story? And he says, no, Senator, when the legend becomes fact, print the legend. And I think that's what has happened in this first part of Ian Wilson's hypothesis. The legend was printed as a legend. And I think Wilson understood it was a legend. I don't think he was trying to mislead anyone. He was just saying, this is my hypothesis. This is the best evidence I have. It comes from legend. But it's just amazing to me that to this day, which is almost 50 years later, we have so many authenticists and syndenologists who are still putting out books and going before groups of people, and they're presenting the conversion of Abgar the fifth and the hypothesis as fact. They're going well beyond anything that Wilson, I think, even tried to do. And it's sad to me because I think the Shroud deserves better, quite frankly. I think the Shroud deserves a history that's at least based in history. And people can argue about how strong that history is, but I don't think it's fair to the Shroud to have its history presented on the basis of a legend. But that's where we are. We've been this way for many years, and there are a lot of people who they're not historians, they don't do any research, they regurgitate things that they read, they don't understand them, and they're making these presentations. And quite frankly, they've opened the door for people like Hugh to very rightfully criticize what it is that they're doing in this regard. There's a difference between having different opinions about something than actually presenting facts that aren't there as facts. All right, I think that concludes that portion of it. And we can go on now to where we're supposed to be today. That's the history of the Shroud from 500 to 900.
So I'm assuming, Hugh, you have nothing to add about that recap on your end, or?
No, I think Jack's absolutely spot on.
All right. And yep, I don't see any audience questions about that. So yeah, it looks like we can move on then.
Okay. So remember that the way this has been laid out, and I think it's been laid out correctly, the period is 500 to 900, because once you get after 900 and you get into the image of Edessa being brought to Constantinople, there are a lot of texts and a lot of information and a lot of differences of opinion. But I'll just say preliminarily that this presentation is very front-end loaded. In other words, there's a lot of evidence worth considering in the 6th century, and not quite so much, but quite a bit in the 7th century. And then, as I said, it kind of tails on. So as we go through this, if people are looking at their time and saying, we've taken an hour or two, whatever, just to get to the year 800, I'm going to double that because the same period of time is involved. That's not true. I think that it wraps up very quickly because of the lack of evidence for those 2 centuries. That would be the 9th and 10th centuries. Okay, if we can move on. And we're going to start with the image of Edessa in the 6th century. That is between 501 and 600. Next slide. So here are the proffered proofs. I say proffered, that's kind of a legal term. It's the proofs that have been put forward by Ian Wilson on behalf of his hypothesis. And again, I was a little surprised going back how really few and thin that they were for this era, because I've described this era before as the cream of the cookie. And this is the start of it. And it's a difference because none of the things that are cited here are legend. We're out of the legend, and we're now dealing with historical facts of a kind, at least, and then arguing over what they mean. And on the left side, it's positive proofs. It has to do with the siege of Edessa in 544 by the Persians. It has to do with a Pantocrator image. Now, I have that in red because I've done that a few times down the line, because Wilson is claiming the Pantocrator image is based on the image of Edessa, which I don't think that it was. But it's there. It's one of his proofs. Then there was something called a Syrian hymn.
Jack, do you mind if I just ask? Because you have a 1 next to the Pantocrator image. What's the date for that it was?
Oh, well, let me just tell you what the 1 means. The 1 means that he's relying on one Pantocrator image. Okay. The Pantocrator image that he's relying upon is the Christ Pantocrator in the monastery of St. Catherine in the Sinai. That's dated from about 547 to 565.
Awesome. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify.
That's okay. That's okay. The Syrian hymn, and then in his latest book, which was 2010, he brought up some information about images of Jesus which appeared in Georgia, that is in the area of Russia, from the 6th century. Now, this is the one time and the only time, really, I think, that there are negative proofs. And the negative proofs involve what Mark Guskin concluded after making a multi-year serious academic study of the image of Edessa. There is a text from the Syriac sources that have to do with the Greek kings, which I'll go over. And then there are serious texts that describe the image of Edessa as a painting on wood. And so if we're going to look at Wilson's hypothesis for the 6th century, we have to consider both the positive proofs and the negative proofs. Okay, next. This is just a reminder that remember what Wilson is talking about here, you see on the bottom right. If he's right, we're talking about an image of Edessa that looks approximately like that. You know, it's about 43 inches wide, it's about 22 inches high, it's got some kind of trellis work framework, and most importantly to me, it's pinned in some way to a board, because this is the entire reason that's given for why people don't know that there's a shroud under there. So just keep that in mind, that that's the image of Edessa that we are dealing with as we're dealing with his hypothesis. Okay, next, please. All right, so Wilson, when we ended, Wilson had the shroud as I won't even call it the image of Edessa because there was no such thing, as the portrait presented to Abgar in the walls of Edessa above a gate in Edessa. And so he's got to bring that out of there. I mean, if it just stayed in the wall forever, we wouldn't be having this discussion. So there had to come a time when the image was discovered in the walls. Now, he chooses as the event for this a flood, a major flood that occurred in Edessa in the year 525. That's historical, it happened. I'd like to read you what the historian Procopius said about that flood. Quote, "The river rose to an extraordinary height, and it leveled to the ground a large part of the outworks and the circuit wall, and it covered practically the whole city, doing irreparable damage." And that's quoted in Wilson's book of 1978. And so the idea is that when Justinian, who's like a central character in the 6th century, but the Emperor Justinian, who became the emperor in 527, 2 years after this flood, he started a project in Edessa in which he was going to rebuild these walls. Wilson himself says about the discovery, quote, "No account of the time describes the event exactly," unquote. Well, even that's an interesting qualifier, because leave off the word exactly, because no account of the time describes this event, the event being the discovery of the shroud in the wall. There is nothing to that effect. And again, all I've heard for 30 years from authenticists who are making historical presentations is that the shroud was discovered in the walls of Edessa because of the flood. There's no historical proof of that whatsoever. And in fact, Wilson got the shroud into the walls of Edessa because of one thing. He quoted from the Narratio legend of 945, and that's the one in which there was a persecution by Abgar's grandson, or second son, and that the image, the portrait, was hidden in the wall to protect it at that time. But, you know, if you're going to live by the devil, you have to die by the devil here. So you have to, if that's your source, if that's your historical source for the first part, it's got to be at least taken into consideration in the second part. Well, the Narratio has a description of how the cloth was discovered in the walls. And it has nothing to do with the flood. It has nothing to do with the period of 527 to 537 when the walls were being rebuilt. It says that as the Persian army was attacking and besieging Edessa in 544, a bishop by the name of Eulalius, who doesn't exist in history in the entire list of bishops of Edessa, he's a fictional story, but he had a dream during the siege, and he saw a vision of a woman, and the woman then showed him where the shroud was. So the legend that he is dependent on says the discovery of the shroud took place in 544 during the siege of Edessa. But he knows that's ridiculous. You know, he knows that that's a legend. You know, it's one of the many exaggerations of a legend, of a Christian legend. And therefore, he ignores it because it doesn't bring credibility to the story. And just to be perfectly clear, if the shroud or an image was in the wall of Edessa, as his hypothesis claims, I think it's a very, very logical deduction that it would have been discovered during a flood. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just that it's completely unsupported. And when I deal with historical things, I try to deal with them as being supported by some text or some artwork or some inscription or something. And there's just nothing on that mentions this. And there is another historical source, I think it's called the Chronicle of Edessa or the Edessa Chronicle. Whatever it is, it makes no mention of the discovery of this cloth, which is very, very odd if it happened. And the one other thing that I think is odd is I read you the description of how those walls were destroyed. So just think about this cloth being involved, being interred in the walls of Edessa. And this wall is obviously seriously damaged under the hypothesis because that's how they discover it. But these walls that were repaired by and large were leveled. They fell to the ground. And the flood waters came up to an enormous height and destroyed a lot of buildings. It just seems questionable, we'll put it that way, of how that kind of water damage would not show on the shroud today. It would seem like it should have been, under this scenario, it should have been immersed in a whole lot of water for an extended period of time. So that's another reason that I question it. Okay, next slide.
So just before we go there, I just want to ask both of you guys a question, because it is appropriate here, but it was also raised last week by Annette, and I forgot to ask it. But so she was saying that when they found this, they removed the shroud, right? There was a tile where the face was imprinted, I guess, miraculously on the tile. And I think both of you guys didn't see that as good evidence or something. But Annette was saying that we can actually date that tile to 57 AD or 50 AD or something like that. So I just wanted to get your guys' take for Annette's. Is that true? Have they dated this tile with the shroud?
Which tile? Where is the tile that we can date?
Well,
Annette has it. Annette has it.
Yeah, but Hugh, do you know what we're talking about with that? If you want to unmute yourself.
Yes, I do. Now, this is some time ago. A retired FBI investigator called Philip Davolt, I think, went to Edessa and found basically a sort of antique shop. The chap there brought out a small mosaic. I'm not holding my hand. And as far as I can gather, it was perhaps, I don't know, 9 inches high and 6 inches wide, that sort of thing. And it was a small mosaic of the Christ, which he immediately identified as being either this particular tile or possibly a copy of it. It's not a identification which has been either enthusiastically embraced by any Byzantine historians at all, I don't think. But I think that may be the one that Annette was referring to.
Yeah, I'm looking at.
However, it obviously wouldn't be in Edessa because lots of people saw it in Constantinople. So I'm not sure what its historical provenance is really.
Yeah, and just to clarify, so Annette is saying, yeah, she's speaking about the carry-on, and she says Phil Dayvolt's
That's right.
carry-on tile was carbon dated to 57 AD from Edessa. So that's what she says.
No. You can't carbon date a tile.
Yeah, I think that, again, we get our legends mixed up with our facts here. This whole thing starts with the idea that a legend says that happened. And there was eventually a tile, some people have said a brick, but it was eventually made its way from where it was being kept. It was another city near Edessa, might have been, I'm just guessing. But by 9th or 10th century, the Byzantine army, I believe, brought it into Edessa. That would at least be of some historical interest if that still existed and if they could carbon date that. The thing with Phil Dayvolt, is he went to the city and he found this object that you're talking about. And I don't think his claim was that it was anything more than a representation of Jesus that he thought dated back to the time we're talking about, to the 6th century. And actually, if there was an image of Edessa in the 6th century, which I happen to believe there was, but I believe it came into being in the late 6th century, then certainly they could have had other similar images that they made. So that unless someone's going to contest that there was no image of Edessa in the late 6th century, and I don't know anyone that's doing that, I don't think that it's that historically meaningful. In fact, if I wanted to draw something from it, I would say, well, that's further evidence that what was the image of Edessa was a painting on a board, because this is just a mosaic tile. It's not any kind of representation of an image on cloth.
Awesome. All right, cool. Thank you so much, guys. And now we'll get back to Jack's slides there. So let me bring.
All right. So here we travel back in the time machine to the Persian siege. There it is. And that handsome gentleman there is King Khosroes the First, or the Great. It's on a coin. But anyway, this was a big problem for the Romans, for the Byzantine Romans, for centuries, an ongoing struggle against the Persian Empire. And King Khosroes was a particularly hostile king and very skilled militarily. So in 544, he brought his army to the gates of Edessa. And essentially, he laid it under siege for a while. And at some reason, he wasn't successful. And Procopius, who was the Byzantine historian who wrote about this, said that it was based on the bravery and skill of the Edessans. And just like in any other siege, somebody's got to win, somebody's got to lose, and the Edessans held out. And so Khosroes went away. But Wilson says that the account of the Persian siege that is written allegedly about 50 years later by a church historian, Evagrius, can be regarded as the entry of the Mandylion into history. And so I think we have to understand this, that Procopius, who wrote about 550, about 6 years after these events, made no mention of a image of Jesus, a cloth, or anything being brought to bear in 544. And in his other works, if there was a religious angle to it, if a relic was involved or something, he didn't hesitate to write about that. He was a Byzantine Christian. So there's really no reason why he wouldn't mention this. But it takes about 50 years, and Evagrius, who was a church historian in about 593, he seems to copy a lot of what Procopius said, but there's this passage that's in there, and it reads something like this. When the Edessans were totally frustrated, they brought out the divinely made, not made by human hands of man, image, which Christ had sent to King Abgar when he desired to see him. And Wilson understands that because that this is not in Procopius, he says the date of 544 cannot therefore be considered certain. So we're moving on to the second part of his proofs here beyond the discovery. And even here, he says it cannot be considered certain. And there are a number of academic scholars, I'd say it's the majority, but it's not universal, who say that this passage that I just read you from Evagrius doesn't fit in Evagrius. It doesn't fit there literally, structurally, and no one seems to know about it or ever talks about it until just before or at the Oconophile Church Council that's held almost 200 years later. And this is read at that council. And so it's very, very weak, very, very weak evidence historically. Could it be there? Yeah, there are people. There are some historians who say that they think that this passage was in Evagrius, but my own belief is that by the time we get to Evagrius in 593, then the image that I think was the Shroud, the image of God Incarnate, is now well known. It's been written of, it's been called not made by human hands, it's been paraded for 6 years around Anatolia. It's an official relic and palladium of the Byzantine Empire. And therefore, what Evagrius did, assuming he even wrote it, he seems to have injected the idea of a not made by hands image into Edessa. And you may have noticed when I read it, he describes it as a not made by hands image, but he doesn't say it's on cloth. And at that time, when he's writing in 593, no one is even claiming that there's an image on cloth of Jesus, other than the image of God Incarnate. So he's not claiming this. So this could very well be what in the Doctrine of Addai was described as the portrait of Jesus that was painted by a man and brought back to Edessa. So again, I think that the Persian siege proof, by Wilson's own admission, it's very, very ambivalent, and it may mean nothing. So, but these are the first two proofs that he's offered: the rediscovery and the Persian siege icon proof. And they're both, however you want to call it, weak or questionable or what have you. Okay. Next. So I kind of throw this in here as a almost an aside because it belongs here. Wilson doesn't put it here. After the Persian siege at 544, there is a Christ Pantocrator. It is now installed at the St. Catherine Monastery. It's probably the first, or certainly among the first, of all the Pantocrator images, which authenticists go on and on about with some basis of saying that this looks like the Shroud. There are aspects of the Shroud image that appear on this. And so here it is. The problem is that Wilson doesn't mention this until he gets to Pantocrator images in the 6th century, in the 7th century. And then he does like a look back and says, oh, by the way, one of these images were earlier. Well, that's the real question. How did this image, which was undoubtedly painted probably in Constantinople, but certainly it's been dated by academics like Weitzman to the period of 547, 565, the end of Justinian's reign. How did this image of Edessa in this detail become known enough by 547 to 565 for this painting to be based on what they had in Edessa. And I think it's why Wilson doesn't deal with it in order, in chronological order. It's very easy if this is based on the image of God incarnate, and that is at this time in Constantinople. That's a gimme if you take that as an assumption. But it's very hard to imagine that some Byzantine artist got to Edessa within several years, and the Edessans admitted him to their secret places where they kept the image of Edessa, and it was painted in this way with this kind of detail. But anyway, we can go past that, but I think that's one of the things that's always was confusing for me in reading Wilson's hypothesis. I thought that this image, quite frankly, came in the 7th century when the other images did, but it didn't. And you'll see in the presentation on the image of God incarnate, this is not the only Pantocrator image from this period. There are at least 2 and others that go back to this period of about 550 thereabout. Okay, next. Now this is what I would say that if you are an intellectual, should really move you about this. I can't stress it enough, and it's not, again, something that's always appreciated by syndenologists and authenticists. This is the result of research by Professor Avril Cameron. I mean, this is her job. She began studying for her, I think she got her PhD in around 1980. And she's an expert. And I don't know how many other people have done it. I don't think many others. But all I do is read academic publications in which Avril Cameron and people of her level and skill write articles, and then they fight with each other the way that we fight with each other in syndenology. But they're very, very detailed. And I've got 2 quotes from her here, and they're probably footnoted by, 1,000 things that lead into these conclusions. But this is the way the academic world looks at things, and I've never seen anything that disputes this. She first says the image of Edessa remained relatively unknown in the rest of the Byzantine world. That's because Edessa was in the Byzantine Empire, but other than in Edessa, until the rising temperatures of the debate over images brought it to the fore. That is the institution of iconoclasm in 726. So basically, until 726, the mere fact that there was an image of Edessa, just the mere fact that it existed, was relatively unknown. And it was when iconoclasm came, and then the iconophiles, the people who liked the images, wanted evidence of why God approved these images, they then started citing the image of Edessa. And they still didn't know what it looked like, because in the second quote, she says, in the late 8th or early 9th century. So we're talking like 780 to, 810. But as late as that, a few hundred years after what we're talking about now, the image of Edessa was as yet unknown to Constantinople for its physical appearance or as an object to be gazed upon. It was simply known only as an important exemplum in debate. So she's basically saying, with all the research that she's done, there's no evidence that the Byzantines even knew what the image of Edessa looked like. So how could they base this Christ Pantocrator on the image of Edessa? If she's right, they couldn't. They didn't have the knowledge to do that. And that is one of the problems that comes with Wilson's theory on examination. There are statements made, just thrown out there, that this was based on the image of Edessa, but there's not only is there no proof of that, but there's also an ignoring of the proofs that are presented against it. And that's why I ultimately had a problem with it. Okay. So we move on then, get off of the Pantocrator art. And there's something that's called the Syrian hymn. Now, this was originally a big thing for Wilson. It was in his 1978 book, and it was one of his proofs. There is a poem that's written in Syriac about the cathedral that's in Edessa. Now, that cathedral was one of the buildings that was destroyed in that major flood in 525. And then, as part of Justinian's rehabilitation and rebuilding, a brand new cathedral was built in around 533. And it was a beautiful building. And it was, one of the wonders of the Roman world. And when they did this hymn in its honor, this is what they said. So, like either and or the, which is a problem that I've had in syndenology for a long time, because these foreign languages, a lot of them don't use the definite article. And so it really reads like image, But it's like an image or like the image, not made by human hands, is the marble with which the walls of the cathedral are overlaid. Now, Wilson says in 1998, this is the earliest positive reference to the image of Edessa's historical existence. Well, really? I mean, he says it is. He doesn't say that it might be. He says that it is. And he uses the word the. So, that's pretty powerful. If you're reading the book in 1998, that's a pretty powerful representation. I was impressed by it. I remember I read that book on the plane on the way to Turin that year for the conference. But it doesn't say the image of Edessa. And then people who know what they're doing, like Professor Han Drivers, who reads Syriac, which is what is written in, he says this text is not a reference to the Akira Puatz's icon. And Michael Whitby says the obvious, this reference is to the natural patterns in the marble on the church walls. And Mark Guskin, who I think I mentioned last week, who is a syndenologist and authenticist, a close friend of Ian Wilson's, when he writes his academic book in 2009, he says, the only possible conclusion is that there is no definite conclusion. Even as an advocate, he can't get beyond the fact that nobody knows exactly what that means, but it does seem to mean that they're talking about the marble has a pattern in it that is, I guess, as impressive as the pattern that would be on Akira Puatz's image. I don't know. But again, this is the third proof, and look how indefinite this proof is. So you've got the rediscovery, you've got the Persian siege, and now you've got the Syrian hymn, which is also extremely ambiguous and ambivalent. Okay, let's move on to the next and final proof, I think, for the 6th century.
Sorry, Jack. I was just trying to, I guess I was muted. I was just trying to ask you, just a follow-up. So with the Syrian text there, the Syrian hymn, so I noticed you don't list Ian Wilson's 2010 book. Is that just because he totally omits even mentioning it at all, right? Or
I'll just give you, well, one thing that I can do rather quickly while we're looking, I have his book, and I have his chronology. Mm-hmm. And so if I go, we've got a different cover, but yeah. If I go to his chronology, and I'm in, it goes from the 540s to 639. So yeah, at this point, he is the way I would look at it, he's dropping it. He's dropping it as a proof. And remember, this book that we're looking at is from 2010. It's the year after Mark Guskin has written his book. So by 2010, he is seeing his friend and compatriot and a true authenticist, Mark Guskin, say the only possible conclusions, there's no definite conclusion. So he may have said that's not a proof. But it is one of the problems that I've had over the years with the progression of Wilson's book. There's a lot of things that have changed. They may have been disproved, but he never acknowledges that. In other words, the 2010 book, in my opinion, ought to say, well, I've written previous books, and I've said that the Syrian hymn was a strong proof of the Shroud's existence and presence in Edessa in 569, but I've learned better since then. More information has come out, but he just simply drops it. But all I'm doing today is showing what proofs that he's made over the years in support of his hypothesis. But it does look like, to answer your question, Dale, I think maybe he has abandoned that, but we don't know because he doesn't tell us. He just drops it from his chronology.
Okay, and Hugh, just before we get back to the slides, do you know anything? Like, has Ian Wilson said acknowledged that there was this change that you know of, maybe that Jack's not aware of, or?
No, I don't recall. It's a long time. His last book was, I think, in 2000.
2010.
Right, 2010. And I haven't heard him or read anything that he said since then, really. So okay. he may well have changed his mind or gone on to other things.
Fair enough.
While I'm here, I might just mention, together with the Panther crater in Mount Sinai, which, as Jack suggests, is very unlikely to derive from people going to Edessa to try and find what the image of Edessa looked like. We've also got Giulio Fanti's massive works on the coins of Justinian the Second, Justinian the First, can't remember, but all his gold soliduses and things like that, which also date from a time when the image of Edessa was in Edessa, and which he thinks must have been as far as I can see, he and Justin Robinson think that the minters of Constantinople must have trekked all the way to Edessa to study the image, and then trekked all the way back again so as to make representatives images on their coins or pantocrators or whatever, which I agree with Jack is not, to my mind, very likely.
Well, on top of that, Hugh, the most famous coin is the gold solidus of 692. And by that time, Edessa is occupied by the Muslims, who have been at war with the Byzantine Empire for 50-some years. So it's not a matter of just like making the trek. It's like coming out alive, But anyway, I do cover that when we get to, that's 692, so that's 7th century.
Next century. All right, cool. So I will bring up your slides and we can continue. And whoops. Come on now. All right, so there you go. Okay,
this has to do with the Georgian images. Now, I think I mentioned before in the very first show that we did and in the introduction that I did, one of the major things that turned me off to the Image of Edessa hypothesis was Wilson's treatment of the so-called Georgian images. By 2010, I guess there wasn't a lot more to say than he had already put into previous books. And in addition to that, his hypothesis, I'm sure it was not the intention of Mark Guskin to do it, but it was the effect. His hypothesis was weakened by a number of the findings that Mark Guskin made in his book of 2009. And I think Wilson just did a complete flip-flop here, and nobody in Shroud world, including myself in the beginning, knew what he did here. And that is, he started to try to find evidence that the Shroud did exist in the form of the image of Edessa from other sources. And what he came up with was there was a book that was written, or an article written in 2007 by a scholar. Her name is, let's see if I got it here. Oh, well. It's when we get to it, I'll do it, but I'll just call her Irma. That's her first name. Karashlalevy is her last name, something like that. And she wrote an article. It was very interesting because she was able to find in Syriac texts And I've said Syriac text a number of times. People should understand that that's the language of Edessa. So the people that are speaking that are out in, at least in the Edessa region. They're not writing and speaking in Greek from Constantinople. And in this text, which I think is 9th century, the text, but all these Syriac texts are based one after the other, century after century. But there was a story that in the late 6th or early 7th century, there were a couple of missionaries who went to Georgia, and in their wake, a number of images were painted of Jesus. And since one of these missionaries was from, it specifically said he was from Edessa, and he had something to do with the care of the image of Edessa. And the other gentleman, the other missionary, was from whatever that city was that had the tile, so he was familiar with the tile. If you don't make a careful reading of what she wrote, you could come to the conclusion that they did a series of paintings up there. And Ian Wilson, basically in his 2010 book, said that there were Georgian images done by these missionaries which confirmed that the image of Edessa did exist in the late 6th century. And in fact, these images were supposedly copies of some sort. But if you read the text carefully, what it actually says is that the missionaries went up there and they were going to do paintings, but it didn't say they're going to do paintings of the image of Jesus. And then it has a strange story that one day, when they were not at their church, a strange man, unnamed, was being chased by tigers and bears. And in their absence, he painted an image of Jesus full length on a wall. And so the image that's up there is not even painted by these missionaries from Edessa. It's painted by somebody that gets chased by tigers and bears. We don't know who he is exactly. And then all of the alleged paintings or icons that they supposedly did are lost. There are no examples of them other than this one here. And this is called, I think it's called the Acha, A-C-H-A icon. And it's actually, you see a face here, but there's actually, and that's been reconstructed, you know, very little was left. And so they reconstructed the face. And there was also an outline of a body underneath. But Professor Irma also makes the point in this book that, and we're going to get to this, there was something called the Akira Pita, which was a full-length image of Jesus that was put in the Lateran Museum, I think, the Lateran Palace, by Pope Gregory the Great at the end of the 6th century. And she or some other academic researchers believe that this might be a copy of that, because that's how that particular artwork looks. It's a full-length image of Jesus. So when you really cut through it, there's not really much proof here at all that this was based on the image of Edessa, or that it's proof for there being an image of Edessa. And the point that I made in the earlier show is that when I secured this book and I saw what Wilson had written about these adventures, you know, they were basically true, but he completely neglected to say that Professor Irma, in the same article, and it was really the main thrust of her article, believed that the image of Edessa was a painting on wood. There's just no reference to that, and yet she bases her article on that, and she has all these Syriac texts, and I think that was a fatal omission. It was serious enough for me that that's where I said, well, I'm just going to drop this whole image of Edessa thing and look for either better evidence for it or find something new. Okay, so those are all of Wilson's proof. Next slide. That I could find for this 6th century. Now we have to get to the negative proofs. One is Mark Duskin, who I said before. He writes a highly academic book in 2009, and he looks at everything. He goes to Mount Athos. He looks at all these various texts that they have there. And in his book, he says, the image of Edessa's origin cannot be established with any certainty. We cannot even be sure when it was first mentioned in historical documents, much less whether this denotes when it came into existence. So what is he saying there? We can't be certain it was discovered in the flood. We can't be certain that it was present during the Persian siege of 544. We can't be certain that it's the basis of the Christ Pantocrator that we see at St. Catherine's Monastery. We can't say anything because the proofs are either weak or non-existent. So you have to get by that. Everyone who is an advocate of this particular hypothesis is going to have to say, well, if it happened as Wilson said it happened, then why in the world can this man who spent all this time not be able to find proofs of a certainty, or at least of some surety? Okay, next slide, please.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Mark Duskin is pro Image of Edessa theory.
Yeah, I only hesitate because I haven't heard him speak on it recently. You know, his books have become academic. He got his PhD. He's very careful in his writings to make sure that his works are based on academic, and he's done a very good job of that. But I don't recall the last Syndenology Authenticist article that he's written, so I really don't know.
Okay, all right.
Okay, the next negative proof. There's a Syriac text from the 9th century, and this is what it reads. The Orthodox Melkites. Now, the Melkites are the Orthodox group of Edessans. In Edessa, there were like 3 church groups. There were the Melkites, the Monophysites, and the Nestorians. And they were the ones who ultimately, when they went and got the image of Edessa in the 10th century, each of them had an image of their own, and it had to be inspected. But he's talking about the Melkites, who are the ones who are Orthodox and the ones who had the image of Edessa that was eventually brought to Constantinople. But this Syriac text from the 9th century, based on previous texts, says that they got the image of Edessa, quote, from the time of the Greek kings, and they had it until it was taken away from them by Athanasius Bar Gumoia. Now, the Greek kings have been identified by a Syriac specialist, Professor Drivers, as the Byzantine emperors Tiberius II and Maurice, and their reign was between 578 and 602. And so he fixes the date of the Melkites' acquisition of the image of Edessa as between 578 and 602. I think he's right on the numbers here. I think that that's when the image of Edessa came into existence. And why? Because when we get to the image of God incarnate, you're going to find out that the image of God incarnate had been in Constantinople since about 540, and it became officially ensconced in the Byzantine relic collection in 574, and it was then put on labara that were borne by Byzantine armies and taken to various places like Edessa. And this is when the copies, the Pantocrator copies, started being made. They were made on the basis of the image of God incarnate. But in any event, I think that it came into effect, and I think that's what I'm going to discuss next.
So just a question before we move on then. So with this text, I noticed right away it's a Syriac text that dates to the 9th century. So it's outside the 6th century or 500s.
Right.
But you're saying it's based on texts that existed that existed in the 9th century that date back to the 500s.
Yeah, there are a series. I mean, you're really getting into inside baseball here. It's kind of inside Syriac studies, but what happens is that there is a writer from the 6th century who writes something, And then a writer from the 7th century who says, I'm going to write some more here. And so some of what I've got here is from the writer from the 6th century, and some of it's what I'm adding to it. And then it goes on the 8th and 9th century. And so we don't have the 6th, 7th, or 8th century texts, but we have the 9th century text that says that it's based on an earlier text. And you've got somebody who's an expert, like Drivers here says, I consider it perfectly authentic in terms of accurately describing what happened here in the 6th century. So that's what we've got. You know, at least we have something as opposed to nothing. And we've got academic who finds that, yeah, the image of Edessa probably dates back, as this text says, to the period 578 to 602. And 578 is after the Persian siege, it's after the flood of Edessa. And this is really why I think Guskin was not able to find anything, because because there's nothing there.
Gotcha. Yeah, thanks. I just wanted to clarify that for the audience, because we are in the 500s section. So
yeah, cool. No, I'm glad you did, because as I said, we're covering a lot of text here. You know, I come on and I put a few slides up here, and as I said, probably my biggest error at times is I know what I know because of what I read, and sometimes I assume other people make it, or I just don't convey it, you know, completely. But that's a darn good question. Why are we relying on a 9th century text? Okay, next. Yeah. This is when I think that the image of Edessa was created, the original image of Edessa. This is a historical text by Theophylact Simocatta. So he's writing at around this time. I think he actually wrote in around period 608, 610, something like that. And he's writing about the history of Byzantium, and he deals with a mutiny that took place in 588. And in this mutiny, what happened was the Byzantine emperor decided not to pay his soldiers anymore. And they're out in the field, and they hear that they're not going to receive compensation. So they kind of go crazy, and they start to mutiny. And they had a new commander at that time. His name was Priscus, I believe. And they wanted to kill Priscus and, you know, take over the forces that they had there. And Priscus says, you know what, let's get that labarum that we have, which has a copy of the Image of God Incarnate on there, which we'll get to that. But Theophylact Simocatta in another passage says it is a image of the of God Incarnate. And that doesn't do any good. That doesn't calm them down, and they start to pelt the image with stones. And the general then knew his life was in danger, so he took a horse and he fled the camp. And where he went at that time was to Edessa. And the texts don't say this, but I believe that he took the image with him at that time, that they were pelting with stones for his own protection and for its protection. And therefore, that's when I think that the Edessans had an image on which they could base their image of Edessa. And there is, and I think I get to this later, that I think that what they did is they just painted an image on board, and they used this image that was on the labarum as their model to do so. Later, they converted that into a cloth model. Anyway, 588, and this mutiny falls right into the period of time that Professor Drivers believes that the image of Edessa actually came into being. And it was a copy, I believe, of the Image of God Incarnate. Okay, we can move on. And then we get to the third negative proof, and I've referred to these, and this is where Professors Cameron and Karishlasvili have done studies of the Syriac texts, the texts that were actually written in and around Edessa, describing the image of Edessa at that time. Cameron says it probably never actually looked like a cloth at all. Professor Irma says the Syriac texts describe it. One text describes it as a quadrangle wooden tablet. Another as a dapa, which is a Syriac word for tablet. Another as a piece of wood. And she concludes that the image of Edessa seems to have been painted most plausibly on wood. And I'd go back to say that in those Georgian manuscripts about the artist I've mentioned, there's no mention that the image of Edessa, when it does mention the image of Edessa, that this particular missionary was in charge of it, it doesn't describe the image of Edessa as being either a Kyriakouatis or an impression on cloth. So I think I can't even really say the jury is out on this. It's just that, you know, for somebody that's a little more simple-minded, perhaps, they know that eventually the image of Edessa is cloth. And that's what came to Constantinople in 944. But there's layers to this, which we'll get into in the next century. But everything indicates that it was a painting on wood, which, by the way, is exactly, if you were in Edessa and you wanted to say that you had the original portrait of Abgar, and the only thing you had before you was the Doctrine of Adai, which says it's a painting by man, I think you want to have a painting by man, so they painted. I think that's really what it was. All right, next slide, please. And I'm going to jump ahead just a little bit here because it only makes sense to discuss it in this context. There is a very, very rich man. If you ever read his life story, this guy is an American success story, you know, centuries before. He came from nothing and he left Edessa and he went to Egypt and he got into all these Donald Trumpian things and he made $1 billion in Egypt, and he went back then to Edessa. And he's like the big man on campus. He's the guy who's really everybody goes to see in Edessa. And this is around the year 700. Well, what happened is the Christians at that time, the Melkites, they needed money. And so they wanted to borrow it. So they went to Athanasius and said, can you make us a loan? And he says, I want security, and I want as security the image of Edessa that you have. And they gave it to him. And, you know, time passed, and then they got the money from somewhere else, and they said, okay, we have the money, we want to redeem the image of Edessa. And Athanasius doesn't want to give it up. So this is what he did. This is from the text. He ordered a skillful painter to produce a duplicate, which the latter, the painter, did successfully, so that the very image which was sent by the hands of Hanan, King Abgar's emissary, remained in possession. In other words, he shim-shammed them, and he kept the original, but he was able to convince the Christians who had had this image for centuries, supposedly, that they were getting back what they gave to him. And what it does tell you is that the image of Edessa, whatever it was reproducible. It was not that difficult to reproduce. A skillful painter could do it, and he could do it by painting. So what does that tell you? It says that the image of Edessa, as of the year 700, 200 years beyond where we're talking about now, must have been a painting. No one's going to be able to skillfully duplicate the facial image of the Turin Shroud. They haven't been able to do it today. So, and it's specifically a painter who's trying to do it. So I think that this negative evidence, Guskin's findings and the Greek king's texts and the Syriac texts about the paintings, I think they have to be taken into account when you are going to appraise just how good the evidence is how plausible the evidence is in the Image of Edessa hypothesis for the 6th century.
Awesome. So this kind of wraps up all of the positive and negative evidences for the Image of Edessa for the period 501 to 600 AD. Hugh, having heard this, do you want to come in? Do you have any general thoughts and anything you want to add or ask Jack about, or like what's your take on all this?
No, my 2 pennies is to suggest that a lot of these sources are beginning roundabout now to suggest that there were large numbers of images of Christ of various kinds. They began to proliferate. Some of them were called Archaeopteryx, and some of them were not. But there were quite a lot of them around, and it's going to become incumbent upon Jack later on to demonstrate that his particular the image that he's particularly interested in must be the Shroud, rather than any of the other images that there were also around. There were a lot about. There wasn't just 1 or 2.
Out of curiosity, Hugh, how many of these special not made by human hands images do you think were out there at this time?
Not made by human hands. Well, we've got at least 1 in Georgia. We've got the 3 in Edessa. We don't know whether, I mean, they're all copies of each other, but anybody who had an allegiance with any one of them thought it was the real one and the others were fakes, as it were. And then I dare say we've got the image. Well, the image of Beirut appears to have been made by St. Luke. We've got the image of Camuliana, which Jack identifies with the image of Antioch. It's not obvious whether, there were plenty of them around. There were also others in Egypt, I think. And of course, there were later on a couple in Rome and still are. So, I think there's a lot of these things about.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying at the moment. Yeah.
So, Jack, I just want to get your kind of take on what Hugh just said. Are there these multiple special images that?
No, there are not. That's why I say, I mean, and this is my criticism, I think, even within authenticist circles, you gotta have something to back it up. And, I've been researching this for many years. There's 3 images only 3 images of this era that are called Kyriakouatas. One is the Image of Edessa. The other is the Image of God Incarnate. And the third was a reported image in Egypt. There was a pilgrim called the Pilgrim of Piacenza, I think was his name. And he claims that when he went down into Egypt, he saw an image. And I think it may have been Wilson who started this. He said that it was not made of human hands. It's one of the things I think that Mark Guskin straightened out in that text. He doesn't even make that claim. He makes no claim that the image was not made of human hands. Of course, there were lots of copies of images. That's the whole idea, that they proliferated in the late 6th century, likely because of the Byzantine army moving about with the Image of God Incarnate on their barum. But no, you can't kind of throw that out. This is, this has been like a medievalist a bugaboo for so many years, where they tried to come and say, oh, there were a lot of shrouds, and they tried to turn the history to shrouds in Jerusalem. And, the bottom line is we're on a course here. And if we're not on that course, there's no reason to be on this course. I don't know what I'm doing here, quite frankly. The proffer that's being made is that there were only 2 images, and if you can come up with one, he'll educate me. But he does that sometimes. He makes a statement and he's got no immediate backup, and then I'll ask him about it. He says, I'll have to go look this up. But I'm telling you, from having been doing this for 30-some years, that the only images to which the epithet not made by human hands, was ascribed, was the image of Edessa and the image of God Incarnate. These other images that I referred to before, now Hugh is bringing them up, that were in Edessa, for example, yeah, there were two other sects, Christian sects, that had images of Jesus. But they never claimed that they were not made by human hands. There's nothing in the text that says that. We probably wouldn't even know about them if it wasn't for the story of how the Byzantine general had to pick from among the three of them with the help of a bishop. So no, it's not that. It's not like, there's some big grab bag out there of images. Even historians like Edward Gibbon, and art experts like Hans Belding, they'll tell you that these images that were proliferating were based on a single prototype that was available. And you can argue, which we're going to do here, that's my argument with Wilson, is what that real prototype was. But if they're copying a prototype, they're copying it because they believe that it was a Quattus. It was made by God, not made by an artist. And so my focus is going to be on what the history actually shows. That's that there's two of them, not that there were a bunch of them out there and then everybody was making their own and they all thought their own were holy in some way. That's not the history. That's a throw out as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Hugh, I just want to kind of follow up with you, and then we'll get back to Jack's slides. So, for example, you mentioned, there was the confusion in Edessa. So there was at least three because they made copies and then they were confused. But I think with your argument, for it to work, you'd have to say, well, they determined that each of these things were the images not made with human hands based on the images independently. Whereas I think what Jack's saying is, no, they were just saying that because they got confused with the tradition. And they were thinking, this is that image, and I've heard it's the image not made with human hands. So it's not like an independent thing, and that they've, you know what I'm saying. So how would you respond to that?
Well, no, I mean, I partially agree with both of you, but also at the same time, an adherent of a particular copy tends to think that it is as real as the original. Sometimes he may think that it is the original. If you think of those, the Veronicas that there are dotted about, I think there's about 5, I suppose at the moment. They're the ones which are set in a kind of brass shape, and they've got 3 little prongs at the bottom. And there are about 5 of those, and quite possibly they're all copies of an original, or it may be that one of them is the original. But all the people who have a particular veneration for any particular one think that that's the original and that that's the one that's not made by human hands. And so I think I agree with Jack that there were probably only a couple of originals, but they spawned duplicates which were also considered to be original a little later on.
Yeah, I just don't think there's any texts that say that anybody believed that they were originals. I mean, you don't read that somebody went to a town in Cappadocia and they had a copy of Jesus' image, and the people there were saying it was the original. There's just no historical reports about that. Could happen. I mean, you get any group of people and you show them I guess a statue of Mary or anyone, you might get some people who come to believe that's a real object or she's somehow into that object or whatever. But we're dealing with history now. Not, if it's reported as history, I can accept it. But historically, the only images that were reported to be Akira Quattus were these 2 images. And then there's that asterisk about the one in Egypt that, when you look at the text, it really doesn't say that. So,
yeah, that would be at what particular time? I mean, obviously,
at the end of the 6th century, the 7th century, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Cool. So let's we're still in between 500 to 600 AD, but let's turn the tables. Let's now look at Jack's hypothesis, the image of God incarnate. So,
Okay, I
Bring
go to
that
the
up.
next slide. I think that may be just a summary. Okay, yeah, this is just a summary of what we've done. And that's on the image of Edessa. I think we should be at about slide 29. Yeah, I think that's it. Right. Okay. So this is just a summary. The elements: rediscovery, there's no proof of it. Persian siege, it's a likely interpolation. Syrian hymn, there's really no reference to an image. The Georgian images, they're all lost if they existed. They're possibly 7th century. They're not images on cloth. They're not Achirapolatus. The native proof, Guskin says there's no definite origin of the image. Syriac text says the image was acquired by the Melkites at the end of the 6th century. And then there are Syriac texts that say that it was an image painted on wood. That is really my good faith proffer of what I found of what Wilson over the course of 40 some years and in 3 books has offered. If I've missed anything and somebody comes up with something, by all means, let me know. And now we get to, the image of God incarnate from 501 to 600. Next slide. Okay, so I've done the same kind of chart here. I don't want to dwell on these because I'm going to mention them as I go through, but let me just mention that I start at the same point, that is the discovery, which I mentioned last time. You get into the Procopius and Evagrius histories, which deal with the fall of Antioch and the flight of Patriarch Ephraimius out of Antioch. And this is where I'm dealing with 3 Pantocrator images, which were actually created during this period of time. And then the indicia that the shroud was brought to Constantinople at this time is basically the appearance or invention of rather some unprecedented items or texts. There was something called the Crux Mensuralis. There was something called a tablion, which was a predecessor to the loris. It's an item of clothing. We have a text which talks about specifically and for the first time in all history an Achirapolatus image of Jesus on linen. 30, 40 years before Evagrius gives that term to the alleged image of Edessa. It becomes an imperial relic. There becomes an imperial relic cult. We suddenly have crucifixes for the first time. And then we have 2 people who are serving as ambassadors to Constantinople. The first is the future Pope Gregory, and after he leaves, he commissions an artwork called the Achirapolaita. And then there's Bishop Leander of Seville, and after he goes back to Spain, he co-authors the Mozarabic liturgy, and then we get to the creation of Byzantine labara that are bearing the image of God incarnate. All right, so we can go through these. Next slide. So I won't dwell on this because I mentioned it before, but we just had to pick up somewhere. And this is that the rediscovery of the shroud in the walls of Antioch. We have a couple of texts that I think make reference to it. One is by Saint Simeon Stylites. He's living in the area next to the Gate of the Cherubim, and he reports at that time having seen a vision of Jesus appear on the, quote, Old City Wall. The Old City Wall is the wall that has this gate. It's the Old City Wall because I think about 50 years before that, they created a new city wall with a new gate, but they left this one intact. The next slide. And then what I cited before this from the Praetum Spirituale, in which it's recounted that in the place of the cherubim that is next to the gate of the cherubim, there's a very sacred place, and those who know say that in that place is a very awesome icon bearing the likeness of our Savior Jesus Christ. And again, just by way of comparison, if Wilson and his hypothesis had something of this nature from Edessa at the period of time when it was supposedly discovered in the walls there, then I think you can argue and give an opinion as to what this means and how probative it is of that fact. But there's nothing there, whereas this is textual regarding the rediscovery. Okay, next slide. All right, so this is the story of the fall of Antioch and the movement of the Shroud from Antioch to Constantinople. On this drawing here, Antioch would be to the right on the Mediterranean Sea, a little bit to the, that's about it, right about where you have the thing. It's in there. And what happened is in 540, King Chosroes, who 4 years later would attack Edessa, he starts in this war going against Antioch. And when he gets there, the Byzantines are in a very weak state with their army. And so they see if they can buy him off, make him go away. And so they send the ambassadors to him and they said, what's it going to take to get out here? He makes this exorbitant demand for gold. And so it's rejected. And he said, well, okay, then I'm going to destroy your city. And in this little period of time between the failure of these negotiations and the attack on the city, Procopius, the Byzantine historian of this age, he says that Ephraimius, the patriarch, fled out of fear for the Persians, and he went to Cilicia, which you see on the map. It's in Anatolia. There it is. And there is, it's generally conceded by academic historians that Procopius, whatever his reasons were, it's very strange that he would say that Ephraimius fled in fear. He was something called a warrior bishop. They all stood by their cities at the time of threats like this. And ultimately, Ephraimius went back as patriarch to Antioch and took care of it in his last years when it was under plague. So he was not in disfavor in any way for having left the city. He had to have a reason for leaving the city. And he was kind of famous for being very attentive to church property. In fact, when the Persians were going to attack, he took all the precious possessions of the cathedral and put them right out on the step so that the Persians would be able just to pick them up and not just go in and ravage the cathedral. And it worked. After the Persians were done, the only building, other than buildings in the Jewish quarter, that survived was the cathedral. And so his mindset was, if he had had the shroud, which I believe that he had, and which I think the text justified, he would have taken it personally and left the city in an attempt to save it. Now, back in those days, the churchmen were kind of civil service types. And Ephraimius, before he became the patriarch, he was what they call the Count of the East. He was actually Justinian's man in Antioch and ran the city for him as Count of the East. So there's no doubt in my mind that once he left Antioch with the shroud, that he would have made his way to Constantinople. And that doesn't show on the map, but if up in the left part where it says Thrace, and there's a finger, that's it. It's right there. next to the Straits. So he just had to get from Cilicia to Constantinople. And he was never criticized, Framius, by his church elders, by the emperor, and he was welcomed back by his flock. So there was something definitely afoot here, and that might be just what I would call an indicium of something, but that is then supported by the things that then happen immediately thereafter in Constantinople, which shows that the shroud was brought there. By the way, Framius returned. This is in the history by Evagrius. He actually returned to Antioch, and it was devastated. All of its defenses was down. He couldn't take the shroud back there, obviously. And Chosroes was still roaming around with his army. 4 years later, he hit Edessa. So, but he went back and he helped his people through a plague that they had going on there. And he himself died in 545. So essentially what I believe happened is he took the shroud to his master, Justinian, and asked him to serve as custodian of it, merely custodian of it, until they could get the city back into shape and make it defensible. And then he was going to bring it back to Antioch for the Church of Antioch. It was the property of the Church of Antioch, but he died. And this left Justinian with exactly what he wanted. He had a very precious relic, maybe the most precious relic, and he wanted to retain it. He wanted it to be part of the relic collection. And the biggest threat against that happening would be that the Church of Antioch would then make a claim on it and say, we want it back. It was only given to you temporarily. So I think it explains the actions that he thereafter took, which we will get to. So let's go to the developments, we'll call them, in Constantinople immediately after 540. Next slide. Okay, so here's one of the things that happens. And I think this is an indication by the Byzantines that we know his face, we know Jesus' face. They were in a war with the Ostrogoths. It had gone on for some period of time, and the Ostrogoths had captured the city of Ravenna in northern Italy, and it actually became their capital. And in about 540, just as Antioch's falling, and it may explain Antioch's fall because Justinian is putting his military sources into Ravenna. And over in Ravenna, the Byzantines eventually prevail in about the year 540, and then they begin to populate and take over the city. And when they went into the various churches, they found these artistic portrayals of Jesus, in which Jesus was beardless and, more or less like the art that they had largely in Italy at that time. And then all of a sudden, the Byzantine artists go over there and they start redoing Jesus, the image of Jesus. And they use what we would call a pantocrator or pantocrator image of Jesus, in which you can see on this one, the hair length is different on either side. You've got the forked beard. And you can pretty much hold this up against the what will be coming to the Christ pantocrator. And there's a lot of similarities between them. But this is an inexplicable phenomenon, development, that no one really has ever explained. And this is kind of what Wilson did. He put this phenomenon later in the beginning of the 7th century and said that it was because of the appearance of the image of Edessa. But if Edward Gibbon was right and Hans Belding was right, and these pantocrator images came from an archetype, well, then that archetype existed decades earlier in the 540s, because this is the archetype It's the shroud archetype, Pantocrator archetype, that's being used in these images. So this is one. You can go to the next slide. This is called the Crimean Reliquary, and this is dated to 550. And at that time, Byzantium had conquered Crimea, and they were taking and making artworks there. And this particular artwork, go to the next slide. It's a close-up of the image of Jesus that's on there. And again, you can see that it's a Pantocrator type image. And so that's about 550. And next slide. This is the one that we've seen before. We know that this is from 547. We say that because that's the date of the establishment of the monastery. And 565 is the date of death of Justinian. So the academics have dated it over this period. Could very well be, though, that this was painted before 547 and Justinian had it in Constantinople and then merely made it a gift thereafter. But it's another thing. It's in this period of time. It's kind of the Pantocrator image that's cited most often. Okay, next slide. And here I want to go to what I went to before. I won't read through it. It's there for you to look at. But here again, we can go back to what Abel Cameron has said, that in Byzantium, in Constantinople, they really didn't know the image of Edessa. And they didn't even know what it physically looked like until the 8th or the 9th century. So there's just no way that if Professor Cameron and her fellow academics are correct, there's no way that these images that I've just shown here were based on anything coming out of Edessa. They came out of their source from Constantinople. They were Byzantine, and therefore they're based on whatever the Byzantines had. And what I think that they had was the image, what became the image of God incarnate. All right, next. So this is another development. I mean, the Byzantines have been there for, since the time of Constantine. They're minding their own business. They don't have an artifact like this. And all of a sudden, they come up with something called a crux benzeralis. And it is a cross that is built in connection with what they say was the height of Christ. And later they explained this as that Justinian, and this explanation comes centuries later, that Justinian sent some wise men, trusted men to Jerusalem, and they did some measurements there, possibly on Christ's tomb that was there. And they were able to come to the precise measurements of his body. But that almost sounds too absurd. But in any event, if they had the shroud there, they could easily have measured the dimensions of Jesus' body, and they could have then fashioned this crucifix. Again, take it as a piece of evidence. At the same time that they're doing these Pantocrator images, they're suddenly, and for the first time, coming up with a device like this. Okay, next. And that's, we know his height. We know his face, we know his height, and now we have his shroud. And that is, there's another development in Constantinople, did not occur before. They suddenly developed this article of clothing called the tableon. And this is one of the mosaics that's in Ravenna, and the man in the middle there is Emperor Justinian. And you can see that he's right under his right arm. There's a piece of clothing there that's called a tableon. And this is the period of time that they started developing and wearing it in Constantinople. And next slide. Eventually, over the course of the next 120, 30 years, that tableon got expanded into what's called a loris, and that's shown on the right side. The coin that's on the right side here just becomes a little bit longer and almost becomes a stole. And it's connected throughout this period of time to Jesus' shroud. Even skeptical historians like Nicolati say that it's connected to Jesus' burial bandages, but it's definitely connected to the burial of Jesus and his burial linens. And the people who say that it's tied directly into the shroud, shroud used to be called a winding cloth, one of the other descriptions of it, and this was a article of clothing that was now going to wind down from the shoulders and usually across the body and over the arm. You see one of these in a kind of famous rendering of the shroud being, or the image of Edessa being brought to Edessa. That was in the, I think it was 12th century. You often see that, but everyone there is wearing these alourses too at that time. So now we have three developments, shroud connected, all occurring at this time. All right, next slide, please. All right. Now, I think that from my standpoint, because my interest has always been in the hidden history of the shroud, that there are three important texts that, when you look at them, you can kind of, through these texts, discover where the shroud was and what its history was. And this is the first, and I think the most important of the three texts. Next slide, please. And it's called the Chronicle of Pseudo-Zachariah. It was published in 568. It's in Syriac. It recounts events that took place starting about 14 years before the time that it was written. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can go to the next slide, Dale. Thank you. Next slide, please. Yep, I'm sorry. Go back one. Okay. So, can you go back one more slide? I think that's where I had the quote. Yeah, thank you. That's it. So, it's described as to how this cloth, this image of Jesus, which is an image of Jesus on linen, and called a Kyriakoites, how it came about to be paraded through Anatolia, essentially modern-day Turkey, from the years 554 to 560. And this is what it says: is one of those in the palace, the Byzantine imperial palace, who was closely associated with the emperor, advised him that the icon should go around on a tour to the cities with these priests. So this procession was either directed by Justinian. It certainly needed Justinian's approval. And remember that he had gotten the shroud from Ephraimius, and he needed to come up with something that said, I'm now in possession of a relic of Jesus, an image on cloth that I got from somewhere, but it wasn't from Antioch. So this is part one of his scheme, and he has a number of priests take the relic around Anatolia. He also gives the relic, the cloth, various special honors that up until that time had never before been accorded to anyone other than the emperor himself. And Byzantine church authorities, and this is rather important to note, they had always been iconoclastic. And so up until this time, there were not icons that were, or images that were floating around, but the Byzantine church authorities approved this also. They approved these processions that were going around. And in fact, they described the image as symbolic of the second coming of Christ. I personally think that, although they don't describe it this way, that because you don't hear about a full-length image, that most likely the shroud was folded at that time, and in a manner where, you know, it was the face which was shown. But in any event, when the priests were asked, where did you get this image? They told a story that there was a village up in Pontus, one of the Roman regions up the north. I think it's adjacent to the Black Sea. And that there was a village there called Diabolion, and that some barbarians had raided it. And this is where the image came from. And it had somehow come to them, and they were doing these processions for money. They were looking for contributions, and they were going to use the contributions to rebuild the village. But as they were going around, they said, this is a Kyriakoitos. This is not made by human hands. And one of the reasons I think this is a very important text is that that term had never been used with respect to any kind of image before at that time. It hadn't been used with the Image of Edessa, even assuming it existed, because the first one to use that phrase was Evagrius, and that was 25 years later. And it was on procession then for approximately 6 years, and in all likelihood went back to Constantinople and to the emperor. And we can move on to the next slide. I'll move on to the next one. Okay. And so Justinian then, he's getting toward the end of his life, but he goes to this cleric, Pseudo-Zachariah, who is in the process of writing a chronicle, and he directs him to talk about this image and to give it a legend. And why does he want the legend? This is from Professor Heinrich Pfeiffer. He's been involved in synodology for a while. I think he's deceased now. But he was an art historian, and this is what he said about image legends. An image legend always has to justify the images belonging to a particular place. If the image shows up in a god-forsaken hole like Camilliana, then it seems clear and right to everyone that it belongs in Constantinople and should be transferred there, to the capital of the empire. Legends have always served the purpose of clarifying and legitimatizing questions of possession. And so this is what Pseudo-Zachariah did. He then said that before the image was in Diabolion, where the village that was destroyed, excuse me, it had been in a very small Cappadocian village called Camilliana, and that in some distant time, didn't say how distant, there was a pagan woman who was thinking about becoming a Christian, but she had some doubts about the Christian God, and she goes to her well in her garden, and when she goes in there, she discovers a Kyriakoitos image of Jesus. It's on a linen cloth, and guess what? Miraculously, it's not wet. At a later time, that cloth spawned another cloth just by being together with it. And it was that cloth that was brought to Diabolion. And then there was this barbarian raid, and it ended up in the hands of the priests who were trying to raise the funds. Now, there's just, because this is a one of a kind, and this is what I often challenge the skeptics to do, and they never answer. I say, what is this all about? What is this all about? Why is, based on what we know in history, why is there suddenly a reference to an Kyriakoitos image of Jesus? The term's not used before. It's applied to this particular cloth. And what could it be other than the Shroud of Turin? What is the other Kyriakoitos cloth image on linen that existed at this time when the legend of Abgar was about a painting that was done by an artist. Why does this appear at this time? And I haven't thought of a reason for it. I don't think they've thought of a reason for it. But it's there. This is why I think it's among the strongest of the historical evidences that we have. Next slide. Oops. And next slide. I think we're looking for slide 48.
Yeah. So just before we do that, you kind of posed a challenge to the Shroud skeptic, and we have a Shroud. By golly, we have a Shroud skeptic right here. So, do you want Hugh? Why don't you answer Jack's question? What do you make of this? What is it talking about?
Yes. Well, I've been following this. I've been trying to. We begin with the translation of the Shroud from Antioch to Constantinople to Justinian, for which there is absolutely no evidence whatever. We don't know that the Shroud was in Antioch in the first place. We do think, and I believe Jack, from the two single references, St. Simeon of Stylites, who may have seen a picture on a wall when he was young, which sounds a bit strange, and I'm not sure how old he was when he saw this picture, and also the vision, the dream, that a chap an alms giver who complained to some fellow who was trying to collect too many pieces of clothing, and then saw a vision of Christ wearing all these the same clothing that he'd given out to the alms giver, that he'd given out to the poor man, and Christ saying, "Who are you to decide what any individual need was?" And this is attributed to the man having a vision of Jesus stepping out of an icon which was kept, or which was present, which was visible, which was in a wall or on a wall in Antioch. So those are the. There's no suggestion that, no evidence that either of them were full length, or that, or what kind of image they were, whether they were painted on the wall or whether they were transportable or not. So, but from those two bits of evidence, which I agree, I mean, I think there's quite probably there were icons or images in Antioch, and it's possible that they were taken to Constantinople, but it's just as possible that they weren't. There's absolutely no evidence whatever that anything was saved from the destruction of Antioch, apart from the church itself, which was saved because all its treasures had already been looted. So I can't make that connection. I can see that Jack's entitled to make the connection if he wants, but if he's looking for specific historical references to something going from Antioch to Constantinople, I don't think he's made that connection. Now, then the other thing is we've got these other two images, I may say, not just one, but two. We've got the image of Camilliana, and Jack is saying, well, if it's not the Shroud, what could it possibly be? And I'm saying, well, it could possibly be the image of Camilliana. It could be another image of Christ. Why not? There were lots of them about. And the other interesting thing, which we covered in the previous podcast, we sort of scooted over it now, was the reference of Bishop Athanasius and the full-length image that was discovered by him and was eventually moved to Constantinople. But that wasn't in Antioch either. That was in Beirut. Now, all these places are quite close together, which suggests to me that perhaps the area was the center of the production of images. But I don't see that Jack has established that any of these three images, the image of Beirut, which incidentally we know from Leo the Deacon, was moved to Constantinople in, and I forget the date, but I'm sure Jack knows, but it's certainly a different time from when he thinks the image of Camilliana was moved, and that was probably not the same time as any image that may have been moved from Antioch. Now, all these things are possible, but I don't think that he's yet substantiated the fact that any of these three images were the shroud, that any of them were to be considered to be the same image, or that any of them, or the point at which any of them were moved to Constantinople, apart from simply the dates that we have from when people have written about them.
So I practiced law for 40 years. I've seen witnesses testify, and I've never seen anyone do quite what you did. You avoided the question that I asked and that Dale asked,
Yes.
which
Your
was
question was,
how do you
what
explain the reference to the Quiriquatus image? But just to correct a couple of things historically here, the image of Beirut, which has zero to do with this, is a image that didn't come to the fore until something like the 10th century. It depends for its provenance on the Sermon of Athanasius that was read at a church conference in 787, which again is a couple of years from what we're talking about here. And it's described in that sermon as being a painting of Jesus on a slate of boards. So it's not a painting, it's not an image on a cloth, even assuming that it existed. And the sources that say it went to Constantinople are at least doubtful. I think there's one claim that an emperor, I think in the 11th century, may have gone to Beirut and taken that image. It's such a red herring. It's rather ridiculous, because it means that that particular image was in Beirut. Nobody knows about it. No one's talking about it. And then suddenly it comes to fore in the 11th century, and then somebody doesn't see it there. They claim it was put into a gate there and it's never seen again. So that's really kind of a red herring. But the question,
it was, however, a piece of evidence that you discussed at great length in our previous podcast.
Yes, but for something completely differently. I did not discuss the Beirut crucifix. You're talking about the Beirut crucifix. If you go back,
No. I'm talking about the image painted on boards from Athanasius.
Right. And so on the Sermon of Athanasius, my claim is that that text was what it was purported to be, that it was datable to the time that Athanasius was alive, in approximately, say, 340 or 350, that at that time they were subscribed to this discipline of the secret. And if he was trying to describe an image of Jesus on a cloth out of the secrecy, he described an image of Jesus, full-length image of Jesus, that was subjected, by the way, to all sorts of tortures, passion tortures that Jesus went through. And then he said, supposedly, reportedly, that image was moved from Jerusalem to Syria, not to, there's no mention of Beirut. It may have meant that, that may have been the place in Syria that it may have gone. It may have also gone to Antioch. But as much as that is helpful to my case, I spent last week saying why I thought there were real reservations about that text, including whether Athanasius even wrote it. Let's assume, like a lot of historians say, that Athanasius did not write it. It was something that was made for the council in 787. So once you throw that out, it's just an image of Jesus on a slate of boards. That's all it is. So this is not, and it was never claimed that that image was a Quiriquatus. Nobody ever said that. You don't bring that up. This is what Dale tried to get you nailed down on a little while ago. What's the Quiriquatus image? Let's talk about the fact that there are two of them, unless you can come up with another one. One is the image of Edessa, one is the image of God Incarnate. And so why in the world, I understand that if you took, say, the two texts that talk about not just an image in Antioch, but an awesome image, and you left that out, that word, an awesome image of Jesus you don't think that's important? I think it's very important, because it's not too far from a Quiriquatus. It's something that's creating awe in the people that are seeing it. So it has some sort of meaning. But even if you put those aside, and you know that as a historical fact for some unknown reason, Patriarch Ephraimius fled and went west when he did. And then suddenly you have the Crux Measuralis, you've got the Pantocrator images, you've got the Tablion Lauros, And now you've got where we were at. You now have this image on cloth that's being paraded around Anatolia. And I'm not asking you what your opinion was of the sources about it being in Antioch. Why in the 560s are people now referring to an image of Jesus on cloth as a Kyriaquatis? What is it if it's not the shroud? You don't think it's the image of Edessa, do you?
No, I think it's the image of Camulliana. I mean, I don't see why you should assume that because it's got an unlikely history. And I may say that the only thing we know about the image of Camulliana is from this what's his name, pseudo rector, and the first three chapters. Right, yeah, but the first three chapters of his book are missing, so we don't really know quite how he leads.
I can only go with what's there, Hugh. What does that mean?
Yeah. But we don't know how he leads.
What's the meaning that it's missing? What's the meaning? What's the implication that you're making when you say it's missing?
There may be more to this story.
And maybe there would not be. Let's stay with history instead of the meandering.
There might not be. But I don't see that you can automatically, or that even there's any remote possibility, a suggestion that you should equate this image of Camulliana to the image of Antioch.
Why not? It's an image of Jesus. The shroud's an image of Jesus.
Shroud. Yes, but
it's on the linen cloth, and it's called a Kyriaquatis, not made by human hands. What do you have a problem with that? Are you completely
I have a problem with that.
Are you
I have a problem with that coming from Antioch. Your only evidence that the shroud, that the Antioch image was an Kyriaquatis is the single word "awesome."
Throw it out. I don't care where it came from. In Anatolia at that time, there's a Kyriaquatis image of Jesus on a linen cloth. Where do you think it came from? Like a legend told you that it came from Camulliana? Where do you think that it came from? And it eventually becomes an imperial relic known as the Image of God Incarnate. Give me the beginning of it. Give us a reason. If you don't like my explanation that it came from Antioch, what is your explanation?
My explanation is that it came from where they say it came from. It came from
Camulliana.
Yes.
And who made this image? How did this image get made?
I don't know. All we have is the single reference to it that you've got. I don't think that you can, just because you don't know the answer to something, that you can immediately jump something, that you can connect it with something else.
There's I think a perfectly candid answer would be something like this. This is pretty powerful evidence. It may not be conclusive, but it's an image.
It's powerful. I'm sorry, Jack, but I really don't think it's powerful evidence. It's powerful to you, but I just find it completely unconvincing.
Well, I know that you do, but I'm asking for why you think it's. I'm giving you my reasons for why I think it's convincing. I'm giving you an entire chronology. I'm comparing the language to what the shroud looks like today, and you're simply telling me that you believe a legend that somehow in the small village of Camulliana, this cloth got put together. Those are not reasons. All you're doing is you're in total denial. I don't care whether you believe it. I don't care whether you accept it. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but there is merit to this. This has some merit. You're taking each and every one of these things and trying to say they have no merit. And it just
I'm just saying that each one of them has a certain amount of merit, but I don't connect them together.
Well, add them up then. It's called cumulative. Add up the merit here to the merit here to the merit here.
You see, that's where we differ. You're sort of gathering together all these clouds. And I just can't see that they connect. No, it's not.
Okay, so I think we got Hugh's take. Thank you very much for the back and forth. But yeah, let's move on, because I know Jack's got a lot more evidence. So let's see if that's maybe convincing to Hugh and see how that goes. So let me move. All right, cool. So I'm bringing up these slides. So Jack, slide 47, is that where you want to pick up from?
I think we're on 48.
48, okay.
Right. So this is where I think the shroud history came apart. This is why I don't think we have a shroud history that we would like to have, that would even convince you. And that is that when Justinian created this legend, he obliterated the relic's apostolic provenance, its entire ancient history, and its affiliation with the Church of Antioch. And it's Justinian who, because of his lust for acquiring this cloth as a relic, as a Byzantine relic, he's created all that obscurity. If he had simply said, we received this relic not from Camilliana, who knows what that place is or how they could even make it, but we acquired it from Antioch, and it's a shroud of Jesus' burial, and I'm just appropriating it. They had it, and so it can go back through Peter and through all the history that's there. But he didn't do it. He wanted the relic for himself, and that's why we have the doubts that we have here today. That's just my view of where it was possible for the history to have been connected without a question all the way back, and this is why it did not take place. All right, next.
All right.
So I think it's the most important text in terms of discovering the Shroud's hidden history, because it takes care of this obfuscation that was created by Justinian.
Okay, what text are you referring to now?
The Pseudo-Zachariah.
Oh, no.
It confirms that Phramius brought the shroud from Antioch. It connects the shroud with the city of Antioch, confirms that it has an apostolic province. It confirms that the shroud was in Constantinople and under the control of Justinian from at least 544 to 560. And this is when the first Pantocrator images of Jesus were created, which again, I haven't heard Hugh's explanation for why the Pantocrator images were created, or why the Tablon was created, or why the Crux Majoralis was made. It refutes that the shroud was in Edessa for the Persian siege of 544. For that to have happened, there would have had to be there in the Persian siege and somehow made its way over to Constantinople in time for these various events and artworks to be made, and explains the historical obscurity which surrounds the Turin shroud. That's why I think, this is an opinion, this is why I think that this is the most important text that syndenologists need to look at if they're really interested in history and they've got an open mind about the history. They look at it and they can find a reason for the shroud's ongoing obscurity. Its obscurity in the early years was basically because of persecutions and the discipline of the secret. But the ongoing obscurity has to do with the way that Justinian handled the cloth when it got to him. Okay, next. So we get to 574, and this is when there is a Byzantine historian who says that in the relic collection of the emperors, there is a relic of Jesus' image on a cloth. And he even says it's the image that came from Camilliana, because that's the way that the emperors have explained it in the legend. Now, how did the emperors, once they acknowledge it, how did they treat this? Did they show it to the public? No. What did they tell the public about it? They told the public that it was going to be a palladium that was going to protect the city. And there were various reasons why they didn't show it in full. Not that they're very surprising, because the Byzantines really didn't show their relics. They did not have many demonstrations. They kept their relics in the palace or in the Pharaoh's chapel. But they certainly, since it was going to be used as a palladium, they did not want to show the sufferings that Jesus was subjected to. That's not much of a protector from that standpoint. They had very scrupulous standards against nudity, and the shroud shows a nude figure, and they certainly were not going to show the Lord in a nude condition. And the idea that they put out at that time was that this was it was something that came into the city that was going to protect the city, just as they did years later when the image of Edessa came into the city. The other thing that I would stress here is Byzantine superstition, and that is that they were a highly superstitious people. If fortune was going well for them, they treated it as if God was pleased. When things weren't going well for them, they concluded that they had done something that had displeased God. Maybe the best example of it is how iconoclasm came into effect in 726. There was a volcano that erupted, and the then Emperor Leo III declared that the reason that they had all the ills, including the volcano eruption, was because they were using images, and God was displeased with them using images, so he banned the use of images. So I think they wanted to use this as a palladium, but they wanted to kind of test out how that was going to work with God. The church, next slide. The church, for the first time in the history of Constantinople, actually allowed a relic cult. There was no veneration of relics at that time. They had relics, but there was no public veneration of relics, and certainly nothing in the nature of a cult. And historically, relic cults were then permitted, and they were then growing at that time. And this had to be allowed with the permission of the formerly iconoclastic clergy of the Byzantine Church. And again, it's a development, it's a change. It requires, I've given my explanations because the shroud is there. They have seen that there is something they believe to be not made by human hands, and therefore they allow these other relics. It gives support and endorsement to other relics, and that explains it. If there's another explanation, I'd like to know what it is, because I've never seen it explained by a single historian. Next slide, please. And then, right on the heels of this, there are suddenly crucifixes and crucifixions portrayals. You know, they did not allow for, and there was no tradition of putting Christ on a cross. And this particular slide shows an illustration from a Syrian gospel book that's dated 586. And you can see on this that it's Jesus on a cross, but he's clothed. So they get around the nudity objection to that. And he's in what they call glorious mode. He's triumphant in his crucifixion. But this is when this practice develops. And again, at some point, anybody who's open-minded is going to say, well, look, between 544 or thereabouts and 586, there are all these changes to Byzantine society, and particularly on the religious. And why are they doing this at this time? What is the common denominator? Well, this is an image of Christ crucified. The shroud is an image of Christ crucified. So it explains it. If there's another explanation, somebody should come forward with it. The next slide, please. So serving at that time, 579 to 582. Remember, the image of God Incarnate is ensconced officially in 574. Bishop Leandro is in Constantinople. It's my belief that they did show the full image to imperial nobles, certain imperial nobles, and certainly the clergy, the Byzantine clergy. And I think they did show it to the visiting international clergy who was there, one of whom was Bishop Leandro. But in any event, he goes back to Spain, and this is the revision that they make to the Mozarabic liturgy. It says, on the morning of Jesus' resurrection, Peter and John ran to the tomb and saw the recent imprints of the dead and risen one on the cloths. Now, there's no reference before this time to there being imprints of any kind on Jesus' burial cloth. And all of a sudden, they come in around the year 600 in this liturgy, and the author or co-author of this liturgy is someone who was in Constantinople when the shroud was there. Explanation, I'll wait for that. The next slide. Also serving at the same time, he was the ambassador from the Vatican to Constantinople, was the man who would thereafter become Pope Gregory the Great. When he becomes Pope, he commissions an artwork. It's called the Achirapita. This is an image of it. It means, of course, not made by human hands. It's Jesus. It's full length. It's put into the Lateran Palace. And so why does he create that image at that time? What in his background of all the churchmen in the world is having him create an Akira Poatis image? He certainly hasn't been to Edessa, and there's no reference to, as I said before, to Akira Poata other than what you hear coming out of Constantinople, and Evagrius, one reference to the image of Edessa. And so these two churchmen who were serving in Constantinople at this time, they both present either a text or an artwork which indicates knowledge of a Akira Poatis image of Jesus. Now, if that's the Akira Poatis Jesus image of Jesus from Camilliano, I don't know where they would be buying onto that legend, but it's pretty clear that maybe for them it doesn't matter where it came from. The important thing is that it exists. Okay, next. So then we have the civil authorities, the emperors getting involved. And they start thinking, can we really use this cloth, the image from this cloth, as a palladium, as something that will help us protect the city and help us protect the empire? Now, the first emperor, I think his name was Tiberius, who served from 578 to 582, I believe. He and his successor, Maurice, were experimenting with certain things with the army. They are actually sending a piece of the True Cross out with the army. And there's no doubt about the fact that they took a copy of the facial portion of the image of Jesus, which they had, and they put it on a labarum. I mean, this is reported by Byzantine historians. And I think their idea there was, we don't know whether this is going to please God or not please God, but, let's give it a try. Let's see how it works. And they did so. And from that point forward, the Byzantine military were winning almost every battle that they were fighting. Their principal enemy at that time were the Persians. And they were beating the Persians in all these battles that they were fighting them on. When they were marching, they often took people along with them, writers, to write about what they were doing. And one of these was a fellow by the name of George of Pisidia. And when he was with the army and they were using these labara, he said that we're modeled, these are his words, they're modeled upon the image of God incarnate, which tradition from ancient times even to the present time proclaims was shaped by divine wisdom, not fashioned by a weaver's hand or embellished by a painter's pigment. And the first battle at which this is reported, this will be the next slide, Dale. Oops, I'm sorry, it's not. I thought I had a slide for that. Anyway, they got involved with the Persian army. They were the Byzantine army was outgunned by numbers and by weapons, but they brought out the labarum and they won the battle. And so from that point on, the Byzantine emperors said, this must be pleasing God or we wouldn't be winning these battles. So they continued to use this image on their labarum until 641. So they used it for approximately 60 years. Okay. And that would have been under the emperor's Phocas, Phocis, who reigned from 602 to 610, and mainly by one of the greatest general emperors in Byzantine history. His name was Heraclius, and Heraclius ruled from 610 to 641. All right, skip by some of this. Now get to the slide. That slide you just had.
This one? Okay.
That's it. And the last time we hear of it as a military palladium is in 626. By this time, there was a group of barbarians. They were called Avars. And they laid siege to Constantinople. And it was a very serious, critical situation. And the emperor then had the image of God Incarnate carried around the walls of Constantinople. And supposedly, right after that transpired, the Avars ended their siege, and the image was accredited with having accomplished that. So it was a little bit like what we would later hear about the image of Jesus saving the city of Edessa, use of the image to defeat siege. So at the time of the death of Heraclius, which is about 641, by that time the image of Edessa had proved itself to be a palladium capable of winning battles and defending Constantinople itself. Okay, next slide. All right, I think I'm just summarizing what I've already shown. We can skip through that.
Okay. Good. Just one question for Hugh at this point. You don't have to come back. I don't want to get off track and stuff like that because I know we have a lot. But Hugh, I am curious at this point, kind of that same question we asked you, but not just with respect to one text. There are a bunch of texts now that Jack's gone over his entire case from the 6th century. Wouldn't you think it's kind of ad hoc for the skeptic to say, oh, well, yeah, this text is explained by this image shroud. This one, there's another image shroud. There's another one that you're having to posit all these multiple shrouds, whereas the simpler explanation is, no, there's one. It's all the same cloth.
No, I'm just reading the history. Person A says there was a full-length body of Jesus. It was painted on a cloth and it was found in Beirut. Somebody B said he has a vision of Jesus stepping out of an icon on a wall in Antioch. Source C says that an image of Jesus was found in Camilliana. Source E says that there was an image in Edessa. These are what the historical sources say. Linking them all into one or two individual cloths is what Jack's doing. Now he says that that's what a historian does, but I don't agree with his connections. I agree with all his individual sources, but I think they refer to different cloths because they say they refer to different cloths. What I do find slightly interesting, if I can just comment on this last section, is that there seems to be no suggestion whatever that the image of Camilliana is a full-length cloth, and it's paraded around Constantinople, hanging from a banner in this labarum rather way. And I'm assuming that Jack thinks that the image of Camilliana was folded up in exactly the same way as the image of Edessa was folded up, because we have no evidence that the image of Edessa was a full-length cloth. Such suggestions or mentions of it that we have seem to suggest it was entirely facial. And there is absolutely no suggestion that the image of Camilliana was a full-length cloth either. Anything we know about it, including the picture that he showed us, also shows that it was just a copy of the face. So, I mean, of course, it could be a full-length cloth. It could be that Camilliana was the same cloth as the one from Antioch, and it could be that they were all folded up. But this is trying to drag the shroud into the 6th and 7th century, where I don't think the evidence is there. And I think Jack will immediately come back and say, well, what's your explanation? Well, the answer is, I don't think we have an explanation. But just because I don't have an explanation doesn't mean that he must be right.
Okay, Jack, just very quickly, I think Hugh raises an interesting issue about, it's just a face image versus a full-length cloth. Did you just want to respond to that, and then we can get straight back to the slides?
Well, again, it's if Gregory the Great saw this cloth when he was there, when he came back, he didn't make an image of a face. He made an image of a full body image of Jesus that he called the Akira Poeta. So it's, when Leandro wrote the Mozarabic liturgy, he doesn't say that they found traces of Jesus' face on the cloth. He talks about it being the burial cloth and finds traces or images. I forget the exact word that he used, but of Jesus on it, which is an indication that they have knowledge of the body, the entire body. When you've got the Loros, they are referring to a long cloth that's connected with the shroud. When they do the crux menjura, they're measuring a body. I don't think, you do a crux menjura, which involves only the face. So I think the fact that it was a full-length image and that select people knew about it, that's a little different from what they told the public. And I've given the reasons why I don't think they told the public about the full image and why they didn't show the public the full image. When we get to the next century, there's a text from a church council that it's called Canon 82. That when you get to that, that they're referring to a full body image. They wouldn't be referring to simply a facial image. But for purposes of the public and what they were allowed to be shown, and for purposes of even the convenience of putting a portion of the image on a labarum, they're just using the face at that time. But they never refer to the cloth, to the image of God incarnate, as an image of Jesus' face. They don't say that. It's called an image of Jesus, and it's just a matter of what people know about it and when they know about it. And again, a lot of this goes towards the superstition of the Byzantines and how much they're going to say at any given time. This is the last point on this. You saw on the crucifixes that they were doing. I mean, they don't believe that Jesus was crucified with clothing and that he was smiling as he was being crucified. But there is this public presentation of information that's very much restrained by morality standards and tradition and that sort of thing. And I think they simply said, the people are not ready to see the full image, and it won't serve the purpose that we want it to serve as a palladium. So no, that's where I do think that you can take some evidence out there and you can get too broad from it, but you can actually get incorrect too. And that's what you do when you say, oh, the image of God incarnate was known only as a facial image. It was not. Show me the text that says that. And
show me the text that says it was ever considered to be a full-length image. There's none. You're taking some liturgical developments and one or two other things, and you're linking them to. There is nothing that suggests that the image of God incarnate was a full-length image. Just because it doesn't say that it wasn't a full-length image.
Well, you talk about liturgical developments. You talk about liturgical developments. This is a relic. It's a religious object. All of these, this is the problem why academic historians don't even get involved with this, but this is about church history. It's about church history. This is the first time that imperial history is getting involved with this. But yes, of course, the people who are writing about, whether they're doing it cryptically under the discipline of the seeker or more openly now, they're writing about a relic. So you're going to find that in church sources. Only a pope is going to make the Akira Poeta. No emperor is going to make that. Only a churchman is going to write a liturgy for Easter Day. I don't know why you have a problem with church sources if you're really interested, if you at least concede that the shroud, if it existed at that time, was primarily a religious object. So it's a matter of religious history.
Well, yes, but I mean, you still don't connect that particular religious object with the liturgical history, the rites, or the draping of the emperor and things with this Loros and so on. The connection is simply not there. You're making a connection.
Okay, but I can say to you, we're going to get repetitious again, which often happens. But I say to you, why did they develop? I'll take one thing. Why did they develop the Loros at that time? I say it's because the shroud came into the city. What is your explanation?
I don't have an explanation.
Right,
but that doesn't mean, but that doesn't mean that your explanation is right.
It doesn't mean it's wrong.
No, it doesn't. And I didn't say it did. It just says that it doesn't convince me. And I dare say there are lots of other people it also doesn't convince. You've got to be able to
about them, you.
That's okay.
Who are the other people it doesn't convince? All of your media, friends.
I have no idea. I'm just guessing. It may be that I'm the only person who doesn't find this convincing.
I get that.
But then I'm the only person.
You know what our old friend Barry used to say? I'm not here to convince you. Okay,
that's fine.
I'm here to put my evidence on the table. Okay. I just critiqued recently in an article your medieval history theory. I don't agree with that. I consider your proofs to be weak. Well, okay, we have a difference of opinion on that. But you seem to think those proofs, which I think are invisible, are meaningful to create a hypothesis. I'm giving you proof after proof after proof.
No, you're not. No. You're giving me bits of evidence after bits of evidence after bits of evidence. You're a lawyer.
But you don't give anybody bits of evidence on your hypothesis. You don't give any evidence in your hypothesis.
I've given lots of evidence.
It's amazing that you can sit here. Look, I don't say with 100% certainty that this is right, but it's very logical and it follows, and it's the best that's out there for now. It's easy for you, really, because you don't believe the shroud existed, and it's consistent with that belief. But if you want to get into other people, for those of us who believe that the shroud is authentic, then it has to have a history that goes back to the 1st century. Okay, you've rejected Wilson's history. You seem to be rejecting my history, so you're going to reject any history, but that gets you to where you want to be. Okay.
Yes. Well, look, I must do. That's okay. But you've got to be, in order to be convincing, you must be able to make better connections than I'm afraid you have.
Convincing to you, Hugh. How do you know what's convincing to anybody else? And I'm never going to convince you. Barry taught me that. I'm never going to convince somebody with your mindset that the shroud is authentic and it has a history. I get it. So that's all right.
Well, that's fine. That's fine. Okay. Well, I'm sorry that I'm the only person that Dale could find that could even comment on it. But
that's okay. I mean, that's okay. But you have to be ready. Then, if you say I doubt this, I turn around and say, well, then what's your explanation for it? It'd be nice to come up with an explanation instead of saying I don't have to give an explanation.
No. That's not right. I disagree with that. Just because I don't have an explanation doesn't give any extra coherence to your explanation.
No, I don't think it does. But I'm just saying you're required, I think, to give some kind of explanation to.
I'm not.
No, okay. Well,
I'm not required to do anything of that.
So if a building blows up, and somebody gives an explanation for why it blows up, you're good with just saying it didn't blow up, but I have no explanation for what it is that we've seen.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It's not the way that my head works.
Well, just okay. So we will get, because we'll get into now the period 600 to 700 AD, and this I think we're going to be looking at the image of Edessa and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
But Hugh, just a quick question for you. I'm curious, are you aware of any Shroud skeptics who have actually perhaps taken up that burden of proof and tried to say what they think these things really are? Are you aware of anyone who's tried to do that, like Nicolati? Or
I don't know if Nicolati's got involved in this particular aspect at all. I think this is something where Jack and I will agree with each other, and that is that these texts do exist, and they're worth burrowing around, and they're worth trying to find out what exactly they mean, and they're worth trying to see what they actually are. And pitifully few people are the slightest bit interested. And that's, I'm sure we agree with that, Jack.
I think we agree, and I would just add to it that I don't really quite understand why that is on both sides of the fence. You know, I feel like for years I've been out here on my own. No one's taking anything that I'm writing and running with it. Like I took things that Wilson wrote and ran with them. And you can get a whole history book that Nicolati just wrote. And, eventually his approach is kind of like, there is no history before Lyrae, nor can I tell you how the Shroud got to Lyrae. And I just want to get the heck out of Lyrae because I've got a real history to write about when we know that the Shroud was the Shroud. But yeah, I mean, I think, Hugh, you're right about this. These raise sufficient enough questions for people to be looking at this, either to reconsider where they're coming from or to try to disprove it or, try to explain it. But they've never done it, and you're not doing it today. So
fair enough. All right. So let's move into the next century. So we're almost at the 3-hour mark, and we covered 100 years, guys. So that shows you how much how much evidence there is here. But
yeah. I'll try to move through this quicker. Dale.
No problem. And I'm willing to stay as long as you guys are. So yeah, we'll get through it. So let me bring up these slides. Come on. All right. So the image of Edessa in the 7th century.
Right. Okay. Next slide. So these are the things you'll see there are less to talk about. And some of them are repeats. Pantocrator images. This is Wilson's proffer. Pantocrator images, Acts of Thaddeus, a Nestorian letter, Arculf's shroud, and the gold Solitas coin that Hugh made reference to earlier. Okay, next slide. So now the way that Wilson presents this, there are these various Pantocrator images of Jesus, and he simply says, so they're there, they were based on the shroud, and since we know the shroud was in Edessa, folded up in Edessa, it came from Edessa. These are his proofs. He does not, as I've said before, he does not emphasize that this particular image goes back to the 540s, and he does not show any of the other Pantocrator images that come from the 540s. He essentially presents this as if the image of Edessa appeared in the 6th century and we suddenly have Pantocrator images. That's not an accurate portrayal of what happened. All right. I can just mention here that Edward Gibbon said that these images started to propagate, that's the word he used, in the camps and cities of the Eastern Empire. And I would just stress the word camps. He means the military camps, because the images appeared where the army went, and the army had an image. The image they had was the image of God Incarnate, and so these images are taken from the image of God Incarnate, not from something being hidden in Edessa. Next slide. All right, and I just want to, I think this is interesting. How did Ian Wilson deal with the image of God incarnate? That's a very interesting question to me, because I didn't know what it was before I started doing my own research. I thought maybe he hadn't talked about it, but this is what he said about the image of God incarnate. He writes in 78, the image of Kamaliana is a copy of the image of Edessa. Really? What's his proof? He doesn't say anything other than that. He says it's one of several copies of the image of Edessa. Really? What is the proof that there were any copies of the image of Edessa? He's setting this up for his claim that all Pantocrator images are based on the image of Edessa. He says it was discovered in 554. So he knows about it. He knows a little bit of its history, but that's false. 544 is when it got paraded around Anatolia. The text that talks about that says that it went back a number of years when it was found in the village of Kamaliana. It was carried around Asian Meyer. That part was true. And he says it was sold to Constantinople in 574. That's false. There was never any sale of that cloth to Constantinople. Next slide. He doesn't mention it in his 98 book. And then when he gets to his 2010 book, he brings up this event that Emperor Justinian II, he's the guy that issued the gold coin about 14 years earlier, that he came up with new coinage. There was an image of Christ with a frizzy hair in it. And he says, almost certainly this was based on the image of Edessa's rival, not made by human hands image, the so-called image of Kamaliana. And he says, unlike the image of Edessa, which had been brought to Constantinople in 586. Well, it wasn't brought to Constantinople in 586. It was already in the relic collection in 574, and the emperor was parading it around Anatolia in 554. So again, I don't know where he comes up with his information. It's not historically correct, but you can see what he's doing here is he's discounting the image of Edessa to kind of get it out of the way. And next slide. In the same book, he then says that when iconoclasm begins, even reputedly not made by hand rivals to the image of Edessa, such as the image of Kamaliana, were not spared, because we never hear of the latter again. So he's making the claim that because they don't write about the image again, that it must have been destroyed. Well, that's, a typical absence of evidence is not evidence of absence sort of argument, and in fact, as you'll see when we get to that sense, there is historical evidence that the image of God Incarnate existed after iconoclasm began. But, at the bottom here, I put something that used to be a slogan of Johnny Carson, who used to do the Tonight Show here. And he would do a lot of his comedy routines by saying, you buy the premise, you buy the bit. And I think this is what Wilson is doing here. The premise that he wants to create is that the only Akira Quatis image of Jesus at the time that these Pantocrator images are made and formed is the image of Edessa. If you buy that premise, then you buy the bit that therefore they're all copies of the image of Edessa. And he's trying to accomplish that by discounting the image of God incarnate, but he can't discount it. At the time these images were made, it existed. It was long before iconoclasm. And it was put on these labara that were carried all around the empire. And he just doesn't mention that. But anyway, that is, what he did, and that is how he tried to make the Pantocrators proof of the image of Edessa. It is substantial proof, but it's only proof, in my mind, that these Pantocrator images were made from the shroud. What cloth was the shroud? That's a whole different debate. You just can't default to his conclusion that it must be the image of Edessa. And one last thing on that, and that is, in the second segment, you don't get the shroud in Edessa unless you buy the first segment. I mean, he's got the shroud in Edessa as being in the wall going back to the 1st century. So if you don't buy the wall in the 1st century because it's a legend and it's not substantiated by historical proofs. All this is really kind of academic, because that's the only way that he has an image of Jesus getting into Edessa. Okay, next. I just want to show a couple of examples of the 7th century images. This is one from the Homs days. That's from the city of Homs, which back at this time was called the city of Emesa, E-M-E-S-A, and that was a Byzantine city and a big administrative center of the Byzantine government. So when this was made, it was Byzantines who were in Homs who were making these images. Next. If you don't have to look at the saints on either side, Sergius and Bacchus, but in the center, you can see, that's it. You can see this image of Jesus, and it's of a pantocrator variety that you have there. But again, these are all from Byzantine sources. It's not; these aren't in and around the Edessa area at all. Okay, next. This is just that at the time there were also some of these images in Italy. I think they came in Italy because, remember, they had been there for quite a while, having been put in Ravenna. You find those Ravenna images, and so by between 540 and this time, I guess it's getting close to 75 years or so, this kind of topography of Jesus' image has made its way to Italy. Next. And that, that's another one. That's in Rome. It's a catacomb of St. Pontianus. And again, it's a pantocrator image from the 7th century. And I think based upon the Ravenna image, which in turn is based upon the image of God Incarnate. Okay, next. I won't dwell on this because I talked about it before, but just as a reminder, at the Battle of Salishan, when the Labarum is brought out and the battle is won, it's specifically identified as the image of God Incarnate. And it says it's been celebrated among the Romans. The Romans here are the Byzantines, as not being made by human hands, and the Romans worship its archetype to an ineffable degree. So this is the cloth that they had in Constantinople. It was the Byzantine Palladium and Querquatus image. So they don't need the image of Edessa. They're not talking about the image of Edessa, and they're not making pantocrator images from the image of Edessa. Next. All right, again, just some light mention here. The Acts of Thaddeus. Remember that Wilson uses this as his springboard for the tetradiplon claim that the shroud was folded in 4, or however that was managed, and came to Edessa in the 1st century. Again, this is written somewhere between 609 and 726. I've seen some historians put it around the time of 630, but nobody's really sure. The important thing is that all of a sudden, this is when the Abgar legend changes from a painting by a man to an Querquatus image of Jesus, in this case, with Jesus washing his face, and then impressing the image on a cloth and then giving it to Abgar's factotum to take back to Edessa. And I can't say that I think that Wilson really focuses on this. I just put it in there because he has cited it for other purposes. But again, I would say Professor Cameron has pointed out that even at this time, the image of Edessa was relatively unknown, didn't become known until about 726. Professor Drivers was saying at this point, by this point, the Abgar legend and the Camilliana legends became virtually interchangeable. He gives examples of that. Even Andrea Nicolati had said that the Abgar legend lent itself to be incorporated into other circulating legends. So the fact that this makes reference to a folded image of Jesus on cloth merely says that the author knew something about a folded image of Jesus on cloth. That's the way that I read it. This is a Greek text. It's not a Syriac text, so it was written by an anonymous Greek person. And I think that it's all likelihood it's a reference to the image of God incarnate, which probably by that time was in this golden case that is later described as kept in, and probably was folded in a way that the face showed. And you may have even been able there, since it's not pinned, you might have even been able to see the folds and how it was folded. But it's important to note that unless this was done before 639, even the idea that a Greek author would know about how the image of Edessa was folded is very, very impossible, because not only was it under Muslim control, but the Muslims were at war with the Byzantines and continued at war with the Byzantines up to about 680 or so. All right, so that takes care of the Acts of Thaddeus. Okay.
Did I go too far?
No, it's me. I'm just trying to catch up with where I am here.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. This is the next slide, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So Avril Cameron, who is nobody's fool, knows that her view that the image of Edessa in the 6th, 7th century was a painting on wood. Something had to happen between that time and the time that it's brought to Edessa, brought to Constantinople in 944. And this is her explanation. She doesn't have, this. She's doing what I do. She's taking information and making deductions from it. It's a hypothesis. That's what they are. And she says that, well, once the Acts of Thaddeus became widely known, and it was believed by everyone that there was a Quiriquatus image of Jesus on cloth, the image that they had in Edessa wasn't doing them much good. That was a painting on wood. Jesus did not paint his face and then apply it to a piece of wood. So they made a change. There was a shift in Edessa by the Melkites, and they changed over from a painting on wood to an image on cloth. And that's what eventually got to Constantinople. And she observes that that's what would be logical, and that's what they would do, and that's essentially what they had to do if they wanted to comply with the Acts of Thaddeus. And she does not suggest how they did it. She doesn't have, the foggiest idea of how they did it. But this is my solution, and again, this is a hypothesis based on the facts that I'm using. I can't say, that it absolutely happened this way. But it's the game. Like I said, in syndicology, if you didn't have hypotheses, you wouldn't have anything. So this is my hypothesis. And I told you before that I thought that the general who suffered from the mutiny and ran to Edessa, that he actually brought the labarum with him, and that the Melkites copied the image onto a piece of wood. And that kind of explains that. But once it had to be a cloth, I think they simply took the labarum, which they had before, and that became the image of Edessa. And where I think there is some artistic, tangible proof that this happened is on the slide. And on the left is what a typical Byzantine labarum looks like. You can see the size of it. It's white linen, and it's got a fringe at the bottom. I think it also has a fringe at the top that you don't see. I think it's folded over, but it has that. Now take a look at the one and only and earliest representation that we have of the image of Edessa. The image of Edessa is brought there in 944, and this has been dated to about 947. And I think I mentioned before, the person playing Abgar here is actually the face of Constantine VII, who was the emperor at that time. But take a look at the cloth. cloth, take a look at the image that was there. It's got a fringe at the bottom. It looks like it would fit very well as a labarum. And a lot of people don't discuss this. I was going to write a paper on this once, maybe still will. But take a look at the cross. I call it a cross, but look what comes out of either side and to the top of the head. There's some kind of imaging there. And so what is that? Is that something is that a true likeness of what the image of Edessa looked like? I think it is, because I think this is probably the way the labarum was made. That when the armies went out, they had the image of the face, but they were showing that it was Jesus' face, and that they put some sort of a cross behind him, because I think they believed that the image as a whole showed Jesus' crucifixion. But regardless of that, if that is any kind of approximation of the image of Edessa that was brought to Constantinople, it's the only thing we really have beyond the mandilions they made thereafter. It sure looks like a labarum to me. And so I think that's how the image of Edessa was changed after the Acts of Thaddeus was written, and it had to now be an image on cloth. I think they simply took the labarum and they made that the image of Edessa. But that's my theory. I haven't heard anyone, academic or otherwise, come up with any theory. And if somebody wants to say it was a cloth from the very beginning, then they can contend with all the academic issues brought up by Dr. Cameron and Dr. Irma on this. Okay, next.
So just to clarify, so they're separate things, right? So when it back in the early centuries, when it was on wood, that's totally separate. When they made it on this on the cloth, they were just copying that earlier image. Or are you saying they took it off the wood and it was a cloth or something?
No, I think that it was just, and the academics believe that it was just a painting on wood. I think they used as the model for the painting on wood the image that was on the cloth labarum. Gotcha. And they kept the labarum. And then when they could not use that anymore, they disposed of that image on wood and they just used the labarum. They didn't have to paint another figure or whatever. It was already on there. And this was it, including whatever that cross design is behind it.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right, next. I don't want to spend much time on this, but I think when Wilson got to his 2010 book, he was really just scraping the barrel for proofs of what might show that the image of Edessa was back at the time. And he came across, I think he actually met a real live historian bishop, and he got talking to the guy, and the guy told him about this letter. And back in 632, an historian bishop, that is somebody that would be with one of the sects that was in Edessa, not the Orthodox sects, writes that the city of the mighty Lord, that's Edessa, it's a holy place which God has chosen among all cities. And he sanctified the throne for the image of his adorable face and his glorified incarnation. And these are Wilson's words. The words "and his glorified incarnation" could, notice that, indicate, notice that, an awareness of a full body imprint of the image of Edessa. Well, take that for what it's worth, because it could indicate that, but I don't see that because somebody uses the word incarnation, they're necessarily talking about Jesus' entire body. And I would put this to Wilson. Why not take the image of God incarnate? If you like the word incarnate, and that's going to reflect a full body, then the image that's called the image of God incarnate seems a lot more like the Shroud than the image of Edessa. But anyway, that's that one. And I want to mention at the bottom, you can see here, remember the sine qua non of the Wilson hypothesis. In order for it to work, it has to be that nobody discovers the full body image until a century or two after it gets to Constantinople. Otherwise, you can't explain all the artworks and all the texts that only talk about the face. He's here suggesting that this Nestorian bishop and whoever else he knew there was a body. This is one of the things that threw me off when I got his 2010 book. I said, this doesn't make any sense. And he's just throwing it out there. And you'll see another thing maybe it's the next thing. Next slide. Arkoff's Shroud. So he also talks about the journey of Arkoff, who's a churchman, and he goes to Jerusalem in around 682. Now this gets a little convoluted, but Wilson knows that, and he talks about the fact that there was an earthquake in Edessa in 678, and so they had to rehab the cathedral where the image was being kept, he said. And so he makes up a story. It's whole, it's from whole cloth, that the caliph at the time took the image of Edessa to Jerusalem. And while he was in Jerusalem with this Sudarium, it's called, a couple of the Christian groups started fighting over whose it was, which is a little strange because it wasn't either of theirs. It came from Edessa. But anyway, he decides to have a trial by fire, and he has the Sudarium thrown onto the fire to see if that determines who the true owners are. And it says the Sudarium flutters above the fire like a bird with outstretched wings. So it's wide open, and it descends to one of the competing factions, and then they go ahead and put it in the church. Well, as Wilson admits, it's only 8 feet long. It's not 14 feet long. It doesn't have an image. But Wilson says, question mark at the end, could it be the shroud doubled? Question mark. Okay. Maybe it could, maybe it couldn't, but this is what he said. Then he ends off, after you read these 4 or 5 pages, by saying, this is highly speculative. And I would say, why would the caliph have brought the image of Edessa to Jerusalem? And if he went through all this and it was decided that it was owned by one of the groups there, then why in the world would he take it back from them? He went through that. They're the true owners, but he brings it back. Remember, none of this works unless you take Wilson's contraption and you unpin it and you take the shroud out of it. And so if that happened, and especially if there was an image, but Arkoff doesn't mention an image, this is another thing that violates the sine qua non of the hypothesis, because it shows that all these witnesses would have seen that the shroud was more than a face image, and it had a body image. So it really doesn't make any sense. And I don't know, as I said, I think he was getting desperate for material in 2010. But what I did find out as I went through that book, I never found him getting back to that point in his first 2 books, in which he says that they discovered the image in Constantinople, like in the 11th or 12th century. That's completely missing. It's not even in his chronologies anymore. So I think that he went through this catharsis with, looking at how these proofs don't really fit at times. And he was kind of leaving it open that, maybe they discovered the whole shroud image as early as the 7th century. But if that's the case, then how do you explain the texts and the art and everything else that verify that the image of Edessa was no more than a face image? And I think that's the problem that he's gotten into. It's the problem that I had with the hypothesis, and I don't know. It's kind of like being painted into a corner, and I don't know how you can get out of it. But in any event, that was Arkoff's Shroud. Next. This is just to again point out that I don't see that image on the bottom right being thrown over fire in that form. Okay, next. This is what Hugh referred to before. This is the gold Solitas coin of 692, issued by Emperor Justinian. And I think Hugh mentioned Giulio Fonte. In his book or paper, I forget which now, he says this, quote, "The face of Christ shown on the Solitas is not symmetrical. There are beard and hair ripped, and a tumefaction, swelling, of the right cheek that leads one to think directly of the Turin shroud face," unquote. And then he says, meaning, all that means this: the Turin Shroud was surely seen by some Byzantine engraver from 692 AD. And I agree with him on that part. I agree with that entire statement. I don't know how that image could be made in that kind of detail that he's talking about, with the tumefaction and the asymmetrical and all the other factors, unless somebody was looking at and had time to look at the Turin Shroud and make an engraving of it. And therefore, this is 692. This is after the Muslims have taken over Edessa, and they fought a war with the Byzantine Emperor. And the idea, just the very idea, that some engraver would go or could go from Constantinople to Edessa and then work on this image and then convert it in some way into ultimately into a coin, I guess, when he got back to Constantinople. It really just doesn't make any sense to me. What makes perfect sense, of course, is that if the shroud is the image of God incarnate and it's sitting right there in the emperor's palace in 692, just as it has for over 120 years, then the artist came into the palace and looked at the shroud and made the engraving. It's really that simple. And then on the right-hand side, the artist made an engraving of the Emperor Justinian II standing there with his Loris. So, you know, you take that for what it's worth, but it is something that is offered in this hypothesis. And as you can see from Giulio's comments, it's kind of followed without enough inquiry, I think, as proof that the image of Edessa was the shroud. I think it kind of proves the opposite. I think in order to get this coin, you had to have the shroud present, and since the Edessa image was not present, that was not the basis of this coin. Okay, I think we can cut past the summaries.
Okay.
I think we've done them in detail, and now we would go to the image of God incarnate for that period, for the 7th century.
Okay, and just before we do, Hugh, did you want to say anything about the 7th century history for the image of Edessa, or?
No, all that last bit that Jack was talking about, I entirely agree with. I think that's great. I think there's a lot of work to be done, and probably a lot of work that has been done on the development of the bearded image of Christ. It's been discussed at great length by various people, I think, and I shall try and find them because I don't know them straight off, without reference to the shroud. But it certainly started and moved forward, and probably not, in my opinion, with reference to the image of Edessa.
Okay, all right, cool. So, yeah, Jack, up to you.
Okay, yeah, we're kind of, I won't say getting near the end, but 7th century should not take incredibly long. And as I said, there's very little from the 8th or 9th. So go to the next slide. And so these are the proffered proofs for this period. The Pantocrator images, which I say are images of the image of God incarnate. The Acts of Thaddeus, which I say is a reference to the image of God incarnate. Now, there is something, it's not talked about very much, and it's unique to, let me see, excuse me here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kind of losing my spot here in my notes. Just give me a second, please.
Okay. The Sermon of Pseudo Gregory of Nyssa, if that helps.
What slide number is that?
It is 77.
All right. I don't know if something came unglued here or what. Yeah, I think something came unglued a little bit here. I really want to go to, well, I think what it is that I was spending a lot of time, which I've already covered, on the Pantocrator images. So that's what it is. Okay. If you could go to slide 84 then.
Slide 84. All right.
Yes, please. So very few people know about this, really. And that is that there was a sermon written in the 7th century by somebody known as Pseudo Gregory of Nyssa. And this was composed in Greek So it's on the Greek side of things. And he's talking about the image of God incarnate specifically. And what he does is he kind of rewrites a bit of the Kamaliana legend. Because, see, he's got the problem that the Edessans had once the Acts of Thaddeus came out. And that is that the Acts of Thaddeus said Jesus placed his face on a cloth. And the original Kamaliano legend said, well, this woman found a cloth with Jesus' face, but how did it get there? And how old was it? Nobody really knew. So he wanted to resolve this problem. And so he rewrote a bit of the Kamaliano legend. And now, instead of the convert to Christianity going to her well, this is the story. Jesus appears to the wife of the toparch of Kamaliano. That's the ruler there. He's kind of like the mayor. And then Jesus wets his face with water from a glass bowl. Excuse me. And he dries it with a clean white cloth and then the image on the face. So this sounds just like the Acts of Thaddeus. Now, this woman has this object for some period of time. And at the end of her life, she, for whatever reason, she conceals the image of the cloth in a wall. And just so everybody knows where it comes from, she leaves a written account of what happened. And she leaves a thurible of incense and a lighted votive lamp. Does that sound familiar? This is the lamp that comes from the Narratio legend that's like 200 or 300 years afterwards. The image is now behind the wall with a lighted lamp. And it's in the exterior wall of her house. And then along comes the real Gregory of Nyssa, not the pseudo, Gregory's not writing this. And he's inspired by the Holy Spirit. See, this is kind of like the vision that the fake Bishop Eulalius had, but these are always convenient. The Holy Spirit inspires him, and he goes to that wall of all walls. And when he opens up the wall, just like in the other legend, the votive lamp is still burning. And then that image is taken to Caesarea in Cappadocia, and it affects miraculous healings. But again, what it does is it reflects the knowledge of this author, whoever he might be, this Greek author, that there, at one time, the image of God incarnate was concealed in a wall. And of course, at this time, though, the wall that it's talking about is the wall of Antioch, where it was put in the wall of Antioch per the church histories that were written at that time. Because the people in Constantinople, the Greeks in the know that this image came from Antioch. And so this is a legend that inspires the Abgar legend change in the Ratio a couple centuries later. You say, well, where did you get that stuff? Was it all just, garbage that they made up? No, they kind of went to some of the earlier writings and they picked up different elements of it. Okay. But, it is evidence of the image of God incarnate and what is being thought about at the time. The next slide. Okay, I won't cover this again, but this is just a reminder that this, in the history of the image of God incarnate, is what transpired in 626, where it was carried around the walls. It's in response to something Hugh said earlier, I don't believe it was taken out of the box and shown. I think it's like a lot of these other ceremonials that you have that you see in some of the Stylites illustrations. They leave the relics in the box, but they walk it around. And so I think it was walked around the walls at that time. And the Abars went away, so it was credited with that victory. Okay, next one. I'll try to sum this up quickly. The Heraclius, he was a fantastic general, and he beat everything that the Persians had. Even at the end of his career, he even marched to Jerusalem and he took the true cross away from the Persians. But, this is the typical story of a brilliant parent and incompetent children. And, he got old. It was 641, and a major development happened, and that is the Persians were no longer the enemy. They were running with their tails between their legs from the new force in the world, and that was the Muslim armies. And by about 638, 639, they made their way into the Holy Land and up into Syria. In fact, they conquered Edessa in 639. And I think even Heraclius was saying, how are we going to deal with this? And he died. And he had a couple of incompetent sons. And starting in the very next year, in 642, the Muslims were making havoc of the Byzantine emperor. By 642, they had driven the Byzantines out of Egypt. 654, they had plundered Rhodes. In 655, they destroyed 500 Byzantine ships at something called the Battle of the Mass. And Emperor Constans at that time was nearly killed. But that only bought him about 3 more years, because in 668 he was assassinated. And then he was succeeded by another incompetent son, and Constantine IV. And the Muslims just continued marching through. They took Chalcedon, Carthage, Sicily, Smyrna, and they finally put Constantinople itself under siege in 674, and they continued that siege for 4 years. Well, somewhere in that period, when the Byzantines were flying their Labara with the image of God incarnate on it, they surely woke up and said, not only what we would say today, it ain't working, but, in typical Byzantine fashion, they said, and God must be displeased that we're using his image for these purposes. So they stopped using it. There's no record of when they did so, but it kind of explains why we have such a record of it up until 641. And then when the Byzantines are winning everything, as soon as they start losing everything, you don't hear about it anymore. It's like put back in its case, and please God forgive us, we won't use this anymore. Okay, so that's kind of the brief history. Next slide.
Covered this.
Okay, and that takes us to the gold Silitas, so I don't think I want to add anything more on that. And then we get to something else that's not discussed too often, but I do think it's important. The same emperor, Justinian II, who in 692 put out that coin, it seems like he woke up to the fact that, or he thought, that God is not displeased with us because we're using his image. He's displeased because we're not showing his image. He's displeased because we're fooling the people, and on our images, we're only showing the face. And I think his plan was that he wanted to show the shroud in its full body format. And so he calls a council, a church council. The only ones that attended are the Byzantine bishops. Nobody comes from Rome or whatever. And they adopt a canon. And the canon says, in order, therefore, that what may be perfect may be delineated in a colored expression, we decree that the figure in human form of the Lamb who takes away the sin of the world, Christ our God, so the form of Christ, be henceforth exhibited in images instead of the ancient Lamb, so that all may understand by means of it. In other words, by looking at it, they will understand the depths of the humiliation of the Word of God, Jesus, and that we may recall to our memory his conversation in the flesh, his passion, and his salutary death, and his redemption, which was wrought for the entire world. Now, there is, to my knowledge, only one image at that time that portrays the humiliation of Jesus through his nakedness and defeat, his passion, all the elements of his passion, and his death. And that is the Shroud of Turin. And that is the image that Justinian apparently says, this is what we're doing wrong. This is what we have to do. This is what we have to show. And it seems to be his plan. And my own feeling is that in order to get this church council to pass this canon, because it's a complete deviation from whatever they were showing before. I mean, they were still showing, I think, Jesus in the form of a lamb sometimes. And, you know, they were only showing his face on some of these labara. I think he showed the shroud to at least the church leaders who were involved in this and convinced them then that this was right. How do we know it's right? Because God has shown us it's right because he gave us this image of Jesus. And this is what the image portrays. So I think Canon 82 is a very strong reference to the shroud. And again, I would ask whether anybody thinks it's important or not. I would ask, if it's not to that, why did they adopt that canon? Why does that canon say what it has to say when it fits in with so many of the other things, including in the same year, the issuance of a coin that shows the shroud pantocrator image of Jesus on a coin, the first one of that type on a coin. You know, 1 and 1 makes 2 to me, and that's what the 2 is to me. Okay.
Yeah, that is coincidental. All right.
I'll just say, I think that's a very good point. That's the first time that I've thought that really is quite interesting.
Well, let me go get my heart medication. Thank you.
Well, that's great. So okay. Obviously, Hugh. So here's the summary. So you've heard the image of God incarnate for the proof from the 7th century, as Jack lays it out, or the evidence. What do you want to say besides that you agree with that point, or do you have anything else to say?
No, a little at a time.
We'll move on. All right, so I don't have to comment on the summary of proofs, but that's what they are. And you can see they are, in my opinion, much more substantial than the proofs of the image of Edessa from the same century. And they're explanatory, I think, of what the historical evidence is. So we can move on now.
Okay, and just before we do, Hugh, just again to clarify for the audience, so you're agreeing with Jack that he has good evidence. Is it the combination of the points, the Canon 82, plus the fact that in the same year the gold coins are coming out, or is Canon 82 by itself you think is a good point?
I think, as I say, bit by bit, all these little bits of evidence don't amount to a great deal. But it's certainly true that Canon 82 can, in some ways, sum them up in quite an effective way. And I do see some dots pointing, there is a line of dots pointing to Canon 82, whereas I haven't seen the line of dots up until now.
All right, nice. All right, cool. So Jack, over to you. Let's
sounds like a former medievalist to me, but let's go
on. You did it, Jack. You did it. All right. So let's go to the image of Edessa.
Okay, so we'll go to the image of Edessa. And I said, there's not much when we get to this era. Go to the next slide. In fact, I had to do it in kind of a summary form. In 1978, this is what Wilson said. After he covered up to the 7th century, said, the image was preserved in Edessa for 4 centuries following its discovery, attracting vast numbers of pilgrims to the city, but always kept inaccessible to normal gaze. So it was kind of like, I'm going to have a blank page for the next couple centuries. And I've got no proofs to offer, but, it's sitting in Edessa, and this is what he's doing. He gets to 98, and he does add a new text. It's the text from John of Damascus, and I'll cover that next. And then he mentions that in 787, at the Second Council of Nicaea, that was the Iconophile Council, that Leo the Lector stood up and he mentioned he had been to Edessa and seen the image. Well, it doesn't add much to the pot other than by that time somebody at least was going from Constantinople to Arab Edessa and was being permitted to see the image, but it doesn't tell us anything about the image. And then when I looked at his 2010 chronology, it's merely that nothing, because of iconoclasm, nothing other than the image of Edessa survived iconoclasm. You know, I think they now know that quite a bit survived iconoclasm, and we'll cover that when we come to iconoclasm. But anyway, that's the sole summary of Wilson's proof. And if you notice up top, it's actually from the 8th and 9th century. So this takes Wilson all the way to the year 900, where we're going to. There's just not much there, but you know, that's what's there.
There's literally nothing from 800 to 900 AD.
Except this John of Damascus from 700, the 8th century is in 700. There's literally nothing from 700 to 800, and from 800 to 900, there's nothing.
Yeah. I think there's just these two in the 700s, but in the 800s, there's nothing.
So, you're right. So the next text, next slide. Just quickly, John of Damascus. You know, this is weird to me anyway, but I'll give it to you. So John of Damascus is writing around 730. He's in Syria. This is after Byzantine iconoclasm comes into effect, that you're not supposed to be displaying images. And Wilson in 98 quotes it this way: "The Lord himself put a hymation," and a hymation is like an old-time Greek or Roman toga, "over himself, imprinted his likeness," notice the word likeness on it, "and sent it to Abgar to satisfy his desire." That's what Wilson said in 98. Well, then in comes Mark Guskin in 2009, and he's actually translating texts the way they are. And he translates this text as, "The Lord therefore placed a large cloth on his divine and giving face." Notice the face, "and wiped his own imprint on it." So face is a lot different than likeness. Likeness seems to hint that it's an entire body image. It is a large cloth, but you know, he uses face. And then when Wilson comes back in 2010, he kind of takes what Guskin says, except he doesn't use the word large cloth. He goes back to using the hymation, but he uses the rest of it. He says it's on his divine and living face and wiped his own imprint on it. Well, you know, thanks for another version of the Abgar legend with the facial image. So it turned out what was a proof at one time is not really a proof anymore. And here I just mentioned this is another repudiation of the sine qua non, because if his intimation is, which I think it is, that John of Damascus knew that there was a full body image on the image of Edessa, then why in the world does no one else know? And why is the art different? So this is the third time in this final book that he's opening the door to there being knowledge of the full body image way before the time that his initial theory said, which would have been like in about the 11th century. Okay. Next. This will be kind of a repeat. Just remember that I said before, as a negative proof, because we're in the 700s now. This is when it actually happened. This is when the Trumpian Athanasius lends money to the Christians and then palms off a fake image of Edessa to them. What I find curious about this is that Wilson has 3 chronologies for 3 books. This story is told in 1978 because I think he perceived that this was good for his case, because it showed that there was just additional proof that there was an image of Edessa in the 700s. But by 1998, he realized it didn't help his case. You know, it was showing that the image of Edessa, whatever it is, was reproducible by painting. That doesn't sound like the Shroud. So it's gone from the 98 chronology. It's gone, that last one is incorrect. It's gone from the 2010 chronology. So he's just dropped reference to that. Okay. I guess you can go to the next one, and this is the image of God Incarnate during that period. Go to the next one.
Just before, Hugh, do you have anything to say about the image of Edessa for this 200-year period from 700 to 900 AD?
Still working on Canon 82 over there, are you?
We got him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got him. He's pro Shroud. Sorry, Hugh.
Yeah, well, the mills of God grind slowly.
They do, but they work. Oh, okay. Image of God Incarnate. I guess we can go to the first slide on that.
Okay.
So, what are the elements of this for the 8th century? Byzantine iconoclasm, which we haven't talked about in any detail. I'll give a couple of details on that. The John of Damascus, we've already covered that. And then the Imperial Covenant with God, which I think is important, very important text, and the Council of Nicaea, which is hardly anything. So next slide.
Okay, and just to clarify, as I did with the image of Edessa, so these are all from the 700s AD.
Right.
Is there going to be anything from the 800s afterwards, or is there nothing on your theory from the 800s?
I think it's kind of a couple of historical notes.
Okay.
From the 800s.
Cool.
Okay, so Byzantine iconoclasm. I mentioned that there was an eruption of a volcano. There was smoke and stones spewed throughout the Byzantine emperor. Emperor Leo III, who was already an iconoclast of sorts, he says this is a sign of divine wrath as a result of the idolatrous practices of the Christians. And he directs an end to the public display of all religious images in order to bring peace, stability, and military success to the empire. Now, what we know about what happened from this era is all from iconophiles. Eventually, Leo and his son, the iconoclast, pass away, and the iconophiles come back into power. And when they do, it's their history of what they say happened in iconoclasm that we have. And modern historians, being a little bit more discriminating about this, actually look at real sources. And they say, no, that's not really what happened. He wasn't like the crazy iconoclast that he's made out to be. What he did is he prohibited the public display of religious images. And in churches, they were replaced with a simple cross. But he never mandated the destruction of images, and he never had them permanently removed from the empire. Where they were out publicly, like on walls and gates and things like that, he had them obscured. He couldn't do anything with them. But the other icons, etc., he just kind of moved indoors, and you couldn't display them. And so the image of God Incarnate at that time was simply kept out of sight. But from another text coming up, apparently, though, it continued to be shown in the palace to high imperial and church officials, but it wasn't being shown to the public anymore because that's where they thought they had run afoul of God by doing that. Okay, next slide. Oops.
This is the same slide as last time for John of Damascus.
Go past that then.
All right.
Okay. Let me just say if there's anything more that I want to say on Byzantine iconoclasm. Only this. The images are not spoken about at all. Once they put the iconoclasm in, they weren't speaking about any other images. They weren't speaking about the image of Edessa. This was like a no-no, and it was bad, so nobody was talking about anything. So the fact that no talk was being made about the image of God Incarnate is not really indicative of anything. And as I said before, Wilson says, well, we don't hear about it anymore, so it must have been destroyed. No, it's put away with the rest of the images, that's all. But I do think it's being shown to certain select people in the palace. All right. The other thing that is critical to know is that that image was always a Kiriakouatis. Now, the images that were banned by the iconoclasts, Leo and his son Constantine, they were man-made images. They weren't going to, the sin there that they thought was that man is making an image of God and God doesn't want a man making an image of God. But this was an Kiriakouatis image. They deemed it made by Jesus all along. And so they wouldn't have destroyed an Kiriakouatis image, and it probably wasn't even covered by the ban. It was probably not shown mainly because of why it wasn't shown the previous century, and that is it looked like it brought some bad luck to do that. Okay, now let's go to the second most. So I think that this text is the second most important text in Shroud history, again, for the same reason, in order to find the Shroud's history that has been lost. Next text. So I call this section the Imperial Covenant with God. There is a text. It's called the Tarragona manuscript. It was written between 1075 and 1099, likely by a person who attended a Greek language school at St. Sophia. And he's writing home about what he's seen, all the marvelous churches. And he mentions that there's an image of Jesus on a linen cloth. It was made by Jesus himself. And it was in the palace, and it was being held in higher esteem than all the palace relics. And then he provides the history as it's told about this. And it's clear that it is not the image of Edessa, because he talks about the fact that the story is that way back when there were continuous earthquakes hitting Constantinople, and they were creating a whole lot of damage. And the emperor prayed to God and had some kind of vision of some kind in which he was told that they shouldn't be showing this image that is in this case in the 11th century. They should not be showing this anymore. It has to be locked away and not shown by the public. And the only person who can see it henceforth is the emperor himself. And so if you go back, and that therefore it has only been seen by the emperor himself since that time. And of course, the image of Edessa had been seen by a number of people. It was never put away from sight, but you can go through all the texts, and my goodness, it was seen by the general that was sent to Edessa, and by the bishop who picked it out, and by Gregory Referendarius when it got to Constantinople and the emperor's sons. And even while it was in Edessa, there is a text that shows that it used to be brought out in Holy Week and shown behind a grill, but you could still see it behind the grill. So it's not the Mandylion as it's known at that time. In fact, he never uses the word Mandylion or say that it's found in the Pharaoh's Chapel. But if you take a look at the history, there's only one time in Byzantine history when Constantinople was being hit by continuous earthquakes and was under the control of an iconoclastic emperor who would have associated the ills with the image. And that is that in the year 740, when Leo III was in his final year, these earthquakes started hitting. They continued for a year, and they create damage. And Leo died in about June. And when his son took over, that's when he had this vision. He must be the person described in the text, although they don't say the particular emperor or the particular year, but it says the emperor. And he then makes a covenant with God. And the covenant is that the earthquakes will stop and God will no longer punish them if he locks the image of Jesus into a golden case and keep it from the public view, which is what he does. And that is the image that is in the case that is being written about here in the 11th century. So that has to be the image of God incarnate. It's the only image of Jesus on a linen cloth that was in Constantinople at that time. And it's basically why it's an important text is it basically explains why we don't really hear about the image of God incarnate as such for a few centuries. And even when the iconophile emperors who came in were successors, they never violated the covenant. It was a promise that was made, and they didn't want to risk earthquakes or any other displeasures of God. So in 741, the Shroud of Turin, in the form of the image of God incarnate, is locked in a golden case, kept from the public view, and there it remains through the formulation of this text in the 11th century.
Okay, so just to clarify again, as we did before, so this is the document itself dates to 1075, but you're saying secular historians say that this pericope or this little bit about the image of God incarnate is reliably dated to 740. Like historians,
no, they're not saying. I don't know anybody that has really given it that much attention. The attention that's been given to it is by two people. Mark Guskin, who I think found it. He didn't discover it. Another academic published it, but he found the article on it. And Mark Guskin, his view, he's an Image of Edessa proponent, and his view is that this is a reference to the Image of Edessa, and he formulates his translation around that to a certain degree. He translates face for face, but then when they change the word to visage or image, he keeps using face. And Andrea Nicolati, who also has looked at this, and his position, like Hughes, is there just isn't a shroud at this time. He changes the translation to say that this was a little cloth of some kind, but there's no word for little in the translation. So you don't have either of them saying it. And when Ian Wilson got a hold of this in 2009, which is when Mark Guskin came up with it, Ian Wilson tried for a number of years to say these earthquakes happened in Edessa, not in Constantinople. But of course, there were no continuous earthquakes in Edessa. And then Wilson tried to say, well, there was an earthquake in 678, and there was another one in about 740. So they were like 50 years apart. That's kind of continuous, you know. But the text itself says that the earthquakes, last time the earthquakes hit this city, so it's obviously talking about Constantinople. And therefore, when you look, what you have to do is look at the history of Constantinople. And there's an article that I cite in my papers or book. It's by Glanville Downey, I think, in which he goes over every earthquake that they ever had in Constantinople. And there's only one other that could be considered somewhat continuous, but it doesn't create very much damage. In fact, Wilson once described it as a very minor earthquake that did not create any damage. But his last venture on this, since he wants this to have happened in Edessa, in Constantinople, after the image of Edessa got there, he's now describing it as some kind of major earthquake. But if you read the underlying Greek text, that was not a very big earthquake. And you would think it's logical that it's going to be an iconoclast emperor that's going to make a bargain with God about putting an image away in order to get some help from God. So yeah, a lot more work could be done on this. It's amazing to me and very disappointing to me also that this text has been out there, I think, since 1996 when it was discovered. And a few things have been written about it in syndenology, but because it does not help the really either the image of Edessa theory or the medievalist theory that there is no shroud, nobody's really dealing with it. But this is what I think it says, and I think it's fairly clear that this is what it means. Otherwise, you have to find continuous earthquakes that were stopped and a iconoclastic emperor who had them stopped that way.
Yeah, I think what I would do is so look, we we can't necessarily prove that this dates to the 8th century. Maybe it was written in the 900s or something like that. But there is an argument that the tradition behind what's being written is accurate because of undesigned coincidences.
Right. Yeah, you have to keep in mind that this writer is writing about what they've been told. And so it's hearsay in that type of regard. But they write about, other things that are happening in the city at that time. And apparently this is the story that has been attached to that object that physically exists in the palace at that time. And broadly, historically, the emperor at that time, when this is written, is an emperor that for the first time is trying to brag about the burial cloths that he has in the treasury. He's the one that wrote the infamous letter to one of the rulers in the West and to try to get him to give him financial and military help, and says, I need you to help me be protected from the Muslims because I'm the custodian of Jesus' burial shrouds with burial cloths, which I have, in the treasury at this time. So it all kind of fits in with an emperor who's letting out the story that's known by the emperors, and it's becoming public at this time.
Gotcha. Perfect. Thank you so much.
All right. We're almost very close to the end. There's a second council of Nicaea that happened. It's not really it's very important for iconoclasm, but not for what we're looking at. Just to say that about 13 years before this council, the iconophiles took over, and they held this council, and basically through the documents that they adopted at this council, that ended iconoclasm. But 28 years later, iconoclasm came back. And at this council, there's mention of both the image of Edessa, that's where the guy stood up and said he went to see it without describing it, and the image of God Incarnate, in which they say, oh, those iconoclasts were really bad people. Do you know what they did among the other things they did? There was a reference to the image of God Incarnate that was in a martyrarium, which is a book on martyrs, and they removed it. And just to mention two other things, it's kind of things that we've talked about before. It's at this council that for the first time that sermon of Athanasius is read. And that's why it's been claimed that it was written for this. It doesn't go back to the 4th century. But again, that refers to this image of Jesus supposedly as a painting on board slats, and not to a cloth. And this is what I think is kind of an overlook. I don't think anyone has mentioned this before. I have, but nobody takes notice of it. When the iconophiles got up, they made a complaint that one of the things that the iconoclasts did is that passage that was in Evagrius, which said that a image not made by human hands was at the siege of 544. They claimed the iconoclasts had taken it out of the text and they were putting it back in. And that's very strange to me because, as I said, a lot of historians believe that this Evagrius passage was added just for this council. And it almost seems to me like they're saying, yeah, what we've got now doesn't have this passage, but it used to be there, so we're going to put it back in, which kind of, I think, is evidential of the fact that it is a interpolation from the 8th century. Okay, that's the council. Okay, we go into the next century. There's hardly going to be anything here. Next.
So just before we do that, Hugh, I want to bring you in. So for the 8th century, for the image of God Incarnate, did you want to say anything or raise any points about Jack's case there?
No, I'm very interested in the Tarragona manuscript, and I've been trying to find it. You've probably seen me burrowing around, but I'll track it down and review it.
Do you think it? So you think that's another one that could be a good point on Jack's part, then, or?
Oh yes. Well, I think you see, the question is, we've got all these things in Constantinople. We're looking for images of Jesus. We've got hundreds of those, but the important thing is the full-length images and what full-length images there are, and so on. And so that's the significance to me. I'm looking for evidence of full-length images.
Gotcha.
And I think the Tarragona manuscript might be significant in that respect.
All right, cool. All right, so Jack, the final century for your hypothesis.
Yeah, we're near the finish line. Okay, next slide. So this, like I said, these are more historical notes. In 815, iconoclasm comes back. That's right after the Byzantines lose some more battles. So they say, see, God is punishing us again because we're using images. So from 815 to 842, it's all iconoclastic emperors. In 842, Michael III, who's a child, takes the throne. And really everything's being run by his mother, whose name is Theodora.
I was just going to say, you're mentioning Teddy. That can be problematic here.
Right. Right. I'm being very careful here. She was a nice lady, I heard. And then the very next year, Theodora calls a church council, and they officially and permanently end iconoclasm. And she also does a completion of the Pharaoh's chapel. It wasn't in great shape, but she does an elaborate refurbishment of the Pharaoh's chapel. And it's around this time that once she gets done, all the major relics get moved into the Pharaoh's chapel. So that was in that kind of shape for about 100 years before the Image of Edessa would come in about 100 years later. And so go to the next, because I think on the next thing we have the few proofs of there. This is the coin that was issued by Michael, really by his mother. And it's, right back to the Pantocrator images of Jesus. There's even like a wisp of something there on his forehead, but one side of his hair falls longer, the other one is to the back. So it's definitely kind of a decision being made at that time. We're going to put that facial image out and no longer worry about that part of it anyway. That's Theodora, that's on the right. She's technically regent, so she gets on the coinage. Okay, the next one. And then this is his successor. He's in there for 20 some years, and along comes Basil I. And again, that on the left-hand side, that's an image of Jesus sitting on a throne this time. But again, his face has Pantocrator leanings, not as much as the one on Michael. It does have that wisp of something on his forehead, what used to be called the a Vignon marking, but I think they're getting more and more discredited as the years go by. So that takes us to 900, and where we would leave this then is that the Image of God Incarnate is in a gold case, sitting in the.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. The Image of God Incarnate at 900 would be sitting in a gold case in the Bucolian Palace, the Imperial Palace. And I think the next time we're going to run into it is about 57 years later, when Constantine VII writes a letter to his army and says, I blessed some water with the relics, and one of the relics I blessed it with, or had it blessed with, I guess, is the Sindon. So he mentions that there is a Sindon in the Imperial Relic Collection, but that's where that is. The Image of Edessa is sitting where it has for centuries, somewhere, presumably in the Cathedral of Edessa. You can't say that because there was power shifts amongst the various sects. So sometimes the Monophysites had the cathedral, but in any event, it's with the Melkites. And I think the next time that's going to show up when we get back to the third segment of this is when the Byzantine army goes to Edessa and seizes that. But I think otherwise we've covered the parallel as it were, paths between these two images now through the year 900.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jack. Hugh, I'll bring you in for the last segment there. Yeah. Any thoughts on that last period or anything in general that you want to go over?
No,
with Jack?
not especially. But I mean, I want to say that in spite of our disagreements, I wouldn't miss these conversations. Well, conversations for absolutely for the world. I mean, I think Jack's scholarship and his research is absolutely mind-boggling. And you know, I can now go back and find all his sources and check whether he's, you know, this or that cloth is a full-length cloth or an image and things like that. But he's gone there, he's trodden the path, and he's grubbed away at all the sources that there are, and it's just absolutely fascinating.
Well, thank you, Hugh. I appreciate that.
Awesome. Well, I have a couple of comments. So Annette is saying, you know, Jack, just relax. Give the syndenological world a little bit more time. You're a forerunner, so you know that someday you'll be appreciated and overtake Ian Wilson as the king of Shroud history. So.
Oh, I don't see that, but I do, and that's a very good friend and has been a supporter of mine for many years. I do appreciate that.
Awesome. And Hugh, this one's for you again from Annette, and she said, "Wowza! I think I just witnessed a miracle. Hugh on the same page as Jack." So this is referring back to the main point you agreed on. So I feel like I'm in heaven. Thanks, guys. Some kind of Holy Shroud Trinity going on here. So I would agree. Just watch out for blasphemy, including me in the Trinity would be a bad news. But so yeah, thank you for that. We did have a skeptic, Richard Hunter, who's a big fan of Hugh in the audience. I guess I can raise this. Hold on. No, okay. So at one point, he was Jack. You were talking about an image of Jesus. This was early on, I think, or in the first period, the 500s. And he was saying, you know, Jesus, some of the images depict him with like really short arms. So that's not consistent with the Shroud where he has long arms. I'm not exactly sure what he's referencing, but
no, I don't know what he's references. I think he's referencing Pantocrator images. Is that what he's referencing?
I think that's. It was in the 500s when he said this, but I'm not sure.
I think it's possible. Some of Jack's images get squashed. If you think about his pictures of the coins, they came across as sort of long, thin ovals, and so if he showed pictures of crucifixions or something like that, they may well have looked a great deal more squashed than they really are.
Yeah, and I guess I would just say I don't know what images he's really talking about there, but you know, anything that I've shown, I think, have been artistic renderings, you know, and there are emphases sometimes on one point rather than the other. A lot of the Pantocrators do show a neck and maybe down to a chest and some.
Yeah. I think it's specifically the way your images have been squashed as they get presented to us.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, and my purpose of that is I'm trying to show the face and the markings on the faces. That's what the image is about. And I'm trying to expand that so you can see as many of them as possible. I'm not looking at the body or the arms or anything like that.
All right. And the last thing I think of note, a bit of advice from Annette for you, Jack. Just next time you have maps, she wishes that Antioch and Edessa would actually be on that map.
Okay. I'm going to send that to her by email, and it'll be the first slide I have in the next show.
Awesome.
But I will say, you kind of pointed out where Antioch is, and from there, it's about, as I recall, about 150 miles generally to the east from that point. So that turns into maybe by today's standards a 6-hour, 8-hour trip by wagon or by walking.
I will say this because when I'm teaching the Bible study, and I just did a popular level thing on the Shroud history, and I was teaching them about the image of Edessa versus image of God Incarnate. Now I could find a map of the image of Edessa hypothesis. I couldn't really find one that just has the image of God incarnate. So like that would be something that would be good if there's like a map image of just.
Yeah, I'm not sure about this, but not that long ago, I think the end of last year, there was a podcast in which they went over the image of God incarnate hypothesis. And I think they have some graphics of Jerusalem to Antioch, Antioch to Constantinople. So,
okay, I'll check that out for sure.
Okay.
So, cool. Well, I think that covers it. I'm amazed we covered 400 years. I mean, we did a great job. So I want to thank Jack and Hugh for coming on, especially since they were on for a couple of hours yesterday honoring Barry Schwartz there. So 6 hours in 2 days. So great job.
Glad to be here.
Awesome. All right, cool. So yeah, next time in the Shroud history, I'm going to check. Hopefully, I think Cheryl will be involved. I think Jack and Hugh both want someone on to represent the Image of Edessa, so hopefully she will be on, and we'll cover the period. Well, you guys tell me. So 901. Are you guys comfortable covering up to 1300, or should we just cover 900? Like what time period? I'm not sure how much.
I would suggest you just go to 1204, which is the sack of Constantinople, because after that, if you're going to go on beyond that, you're going to get into the so-called missing years hypothesis. And then from that, you would get on, I think, to the Lyrae story. So I think from 900 to 1204 would probably bring us to that point.
Cool. All right. So that's the plan of action, and have a great week, everybody. And thanks to everyone in the audience.
Okay. Thank you, Dale. See you, Hugh.
Okay. Cheers then. Bye bye. Oh, Jack, just before I go, I'm going to publish my two blog posts of my own.
Well, yeah, I haven't looked at them because I've been. I mean, I don't know if you realize how much time we go into this. I've been spending hours and hours on that, plus distribute to Barry. But you do what you have to do. I mean, if you need to publish them, then publish them, and I'll answer them.
Yeah. And if
they're kind and charitable, so I don't have any problems.
If the comment period runs out before you get a chance, just send me your comments and I'll publish them anyway.
How long is the comment period?
About 10 days, I think.
Oh, I can answer by then. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
All right. Thank you.
Take care.
Cheers.
Clicking the button now.